Okay, we're live, people. Welcome back. It's the Rem and Sam podcast here on another Tuesday evening. We thought it'd be a good idea to jump on and watch some NBA preseason games, whip around, see what's going on. The NBA is back, people. It's exciting times. I know the WNBA finals are on right now, and everybody's excited about that, and everybody's going to forget about the NBA. But it's back. Preseason is on. But judging by the amount of people in the stands for this Heat Spurs game, I don't know if as many people were as locked into or, are going to be locked into preseason basketball this evening. But we're going to be one of them. We will be here. And we spoiled it already, but Spurs Heat is on in the background. And we just threw it on in the background because Celtics Raptors is underway as well, too. And that game is very exciting. I know the Raptors, said that they were not going to go out and attack the championships this year. That was the exact quotes from Media Day from Jakob Poeltl. Former Spur as well, too. You love to see the guy that's been with the organization with championship pedigree come out and say that type of thing. But maybe he's learned the honesty from the Spurs organization. He picked up something in San Antonio. I don't know what he's going to end up bringing back, though, to the Raptors for him. But they're hanging in there with the Celtics right now. Again, it's preseason. Nobody's playing defense. There's really nothing that we can take away. But Scotty Barnes is looking good. They're out there hitting threes. Grady Dick is on fire. Our boy can't miss. He is going to be a problem with YouTube. Does YouTube know this guy's name? Is the algorithm programmed for the two words, like in NBA context? Is it going to be a workaround where we can just say it now whenever we want because it thinks that it's his name? I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be an exciting season for the Raptors. And no RJ Barrett as well, too. He looked a little nervous by the fact that this team was shooting the ball so well without him. But Jaylen Brown tonight, picking up right where he left off from the NBA Finals from last season. And man, oh man, again, it's preseason. Guys are loose. They're out there. They're hitting shots. There's not a lot of defense. But if we could overreact from a couple minutes of Jaylen Brown play, we could definitely do it. I've already got a Jaylen Brown take queued up. It might not even be that spicy by the time we end up doing it. I got to think over the course of this stream. Do I want to say it or do I want to save it for when Sam's here? Because it is the Celtics, and we got to talk out the Celtics takes with our guy. He is a closeted Jason Tatum fan. A not so closeted Jason Tatum fan. But if we fold, we'll see what happens. Stay tuned for the stream. We'll see if we'll drop the Jaylen Brown take at some point. But we've also got some NFL news that has happened today, some stuff from over the weekend. We went live Sunday during the games with Sam and reacted to a bunch of stuff that happened that day on that stream. So check that out if you guys haven't, if you want to hear us, ramble about Sunday football in the moment. We went live and we are back for this preseason matchup. I think we've also got Hornets-Knicks starting up right about now. We jumped over to Spurs Heat a little bit early. We can't miss a second of Wembanyama, especially now during the preseason when, he's not going to be playing as much. But as we near the season, they're going to start ramping him up a little bit. Let's jump back over to the Celtics-Raptors game real quick. Because, again, the Raptors were really firing to start this game. I don't know why they don't have the team three-point stats here for the Raptors. 10 for 14 for three. We're not even out of the first quarter yet, folks. They're 10 of 14 from three. Scotty Barnes is 4 of 6. Our boy Grady Dick, 3 of 3. Lights out. But, well, we're super eager to talk about Jaylen Brown. It's just what it is. Maybe it doesn't matter so far. But Jordan Walsh already in the game for the Celtics. A quick turnaround as they're getting blown out. And this Raptors team, is, again, I know the phrasing was not attacking the championship. The phrasing wasn't necessarily like, not going to not try or not that they don't. It's just like maybe that's not the top of the whiteboard for the goals on the season, but a lot of names that are fun names. And again, RJ Barrett hanging out on the sideline. I don't know if they're operating at total full strength here, but let's get a refresher on the Raptors roster. They also had Davion Mitchell running around out there. We still got Davion Mitchell stock. I'm still in. Okay, here. We want it by position groups. Olynyk? Okay, this team is stacked. This team is ready to go. Okay, this team is definitely built for the preseason, which is why they're not attacking the championship. But, Scotty Barnes is... I don't know if he's a guy that's still considered, or I don't even know if he ever was a guy that would be like a #1 on a title team. But, he's going to be an all-NBA caliber player if he takes another step up. So... Again, just because you're all-NBA doesn't mean you're going to carry a team to the title, but them having like a real franchise cornerstone piece, and even with this mini reset, but they did just pay Quickly a lot of money as well too, and not the contracts these days, but he's over $30 million now, $32.5 million through 2028, 29. Locked him down. Don't want Quickly to go anywhere. But Bruce Brown on the books this year as well, too. RJ Barrett for the next couple of years. But outside of that, not a lot of huge contracts. Kelly Olynyk. You probably need a guy like him as well, too, in the double-digit range. Just for trade possibilities if that were ever to arise. But between Quickly, Barrett, Bruce Brown, Mitchell, Grady Dick, Scotty Barnes, Agbaji, I've always, I kind of liked some of the Agbaji minutes. I feel like he could get the three-point shot down and really be a good movement shooter, effort, defensive guy. I'm not against him being a contributor. Fernando, I know he's been bouncing around a little bit, but I'll hold on to my draft day stock for our guy Bruno Fernando. So I don't know. This Raptors team, are they going to be 30 wins this year? Shock the world? Shock the country? Let's go ahead and see if this Spurs Heat game is underway. We probably already missed the start of it. Distracted by Grady Dick. Oh, here we go. Starting lineups. And Chris Paul is out there tonight as well, too. We weren't looking at the starting lineups before this game, so I wasn't sure if Chris Paul was going to be out there or not, but of course... The man known for his health and his consistency is going to go ahead and log some minutes in the preseason. Jimmy Butler and Sohan competing afros. I kind of like the Sohan afro. Frohan? Jeremy Frohan? We got the orange Frohan. Champagne, looking a little like the game with the cornrows. Chris Paul and Wemby is going to be exciting. Don't sleep on Chris Paul this year, people. This is exactly where you want a guy like him at his stage in his career. Not necessarily, if he's going to be on a title team, if Chris Paul's like your 7th or 8th man, your 4th guard, could be your 3rd guard if you need him to be. If he's in that role for a good team, then that works as well, too. But as a starting, you don't want him to be the starting point guard on, well, maybe the Celtics. He could probably slide in there, obviously, with the, on a really stacked team, it is what it is. But as a mentor, this team does, any wins that they get is really... it's just another developmental season. Let's see. The ceiling is the roof for the team this year. Let's see how far it can go. No set expectations. Perfect for Chris Paul. Wemby with the turnover right away. Maybe we bring in Chris Paul to make the passes. That's what he's there for. A pull-up three for Wemby, rattling it in right away. Wemby just taking over the game in front of, hundreds of people here in the stands. He's going to give him a show. And Heroes coming in all business. Pause. He's got the buzz cut. South Beach. Did he fix his jumper? Nope. Clanks the first one. And now we get to see. So I feel like, again, going back to Frohan, our guy Frohan, bringing in Chris Paul could be really good for him because he's not a point guard. I mean, at the end of the day, could he be in a year or two, or even by the end of this year, a guy that is handling possessions in certain moments and running the team at times? Yeah, I think we all still think that is in Sohan's capabilities at some point. But to be a full-time point guard, obviously you just have to have a special level of, and we're not saying that Sohan doesn't, but even Draymond, I feel like that's kind of the pseudo comparison for it. And yeah, I guess you could run a whole game with Draymond running the offense, but you'd still have your Curry possessions. Early Warriors days, you'd have Livingston out there, Iguodala running the team as well. So they went to it when they needed to and they had to, but it still wasn't the primary thing, whereas Pop was trying to be like, this is actually Sohan's going to be our primary ball handler. And, you can check the tapes. We defended it. We were down for the experiment. Again, early to start the season. And, going back, I think it only lasted, 20-some games. Should it have lasted 15? Should it have lasted 10 maybe? But you want to give the guy some time to really see what he is in that role, especially, again, with the youth of this team. Not try to make any dramatic decisions too early. Just go, 10 games, let's pull the plug and call it quits on Sohan's point guard career. But now where he can effort, hustle, rebounding. You're right here on this possession. Boxing out for the offensive rebound. Hanging out around the rim. And that's going to change him getting back on defense as well, too. And he gets the lob, running the court. I mean, this is where he exceeds one of his his pros in the pros and cons list on the draft guide would have been his hustle and his effort and the energy plays. Was that Bam with the corner three? Whew, that was pure. It'd be scary. Has he been talking to Asia Wilson? Him and Asia been in the gym? She's been clowning him for not taking enough three-pointers? I don't think they've been in the gym, but are we live? Got this out. But Sohan's hustle would have been one of the primary things that you would have really loved about him. And as a point guard, not that you can't hustle as a point guard, but there needs to be at sometimes, obviously a patience, but just the effort of your role in running the courts and fast breaks and all this stuff is going to be different. Again, we're down for in the future and Chris Paul's not going to be here for forever. He's not the long-term point guard for this championship team. Wemby, a nice little, turning off the screen into the three. A tough shot for center, but looking good. He's got a confidence through his three-point shot now. And Rozier's firing. Of course, the Heat are going to be nasty, but... And he's hunting it. I mean, he obviously Wemby really wants to get that down. Just a three-pointer. It's 2024, 2025. It's going to be really, really important, but he's got it dialed in a little bit better. That miss was just, a little bit more of a normal miss. It seemed like he was a little erratic last year. Sometimes it seems like, you're almost trying a little bit too hard to push the shot in. I've heard Steph say that before about actually trying to make the shot versus trusting your muscle memory, but it's going to be Chris Paul, going to be beneficial for everybody, but Sohan is going to definitely have the most dramatic change in styles for how he plays. So that'll be fun. But we also get to see Castle as well tonight. First-round pick, Stephen Castle. Should have been #1 overall pick off the board. I don't know how that happens. Back-to-back years, the Spurs get the best player in the draft. Last year, locking in with Wemby, but somehow the league let Castle slip to 4. And he's looking terrifying. He's looking explosive. The defense is going to be menacing right away. I think Pop said, was it Pop that said Castle needs to focus on being a pest on defense? Oh, no, that was JJ Redick for Bronny. Bronny needs to be a pest. But, I mean, what's the highest level of a pest? A lockdown defender? I think that's what Castle is going to be. Potentially. Assuming there's not a lot of fouls this year. But speaking of, well, not speaking of anything, but we mentioned earlier there was some NFL news that had happened. And, I mean, you guys know as well, too, if you guys are locked in. And, I mean, we all knew. We all saw it coming. We all knew that this trade was bound to happen. It was Davante Adams traded from the Raiders to the New York Jets. And I guess the Saints were the other team that was in on his wish list. And I guess were the Saints actually like making calls and making offers? Again, I know I was seeing the headlines at work on the on the TVs that like that was his wish list, were those teams, but I never saw anything that was like the Saints are reportedly making a ton of offers, which looking at the Davante Adams contract, it is not as bad as it seems. At least from what I was looking at on Spotrac and from what I was able to understand, like yes, it is an aggressive number over the next couple of years, but it also seems like it's pretty easy to get out of as well too. Let's pull up the contract real quick, because that's obviously going to be key for discussing how you feel about it. And, where you feel about Adams as well, too. Oh, Sohan flying in and losing the basketball. Flying to the rim. Bam Adebayo in transition gets the dunk. You win some with Sohan, you lose some. He gets the lob earlier. He loses this one. Who just made that three? Chris Paul? Of course. Love to see it. Oh, man, I can't believe we have Chris Paul. This is actually going to be incredible. And again, to get him at this stage, at this intersection of the team. Is the league scripted? You almost think the universe wants Wembanyama to succeed. He's got Bam right now, one-on-one. Oh, they got him for the travel. He was good. He was going to cook. Let him cook. He was going to, like, face up, dribble move. Again, the Durant stuff. That sort of face up, fluid wing game. But let's get Wemby in the post, man. Let's see him attacking some mismatches. A lot of perimeter stuff here through the first half of the first quarter. I guess a couple minutes. We should let it play out. But the Adams hit for this season is only at $11 million. Adams the last two seasons, I guess that's why you make the trade now. He was $42 million dead cap last year, $12 million cap hit, $14 million in cap hit. 12 million in 22, 42 million dead cap in 22, and then last season 14 million cap hit, 54 million in dead cap. And then this year, he's got 11 million cap hit and dead cap. And then the next two seasons, he has a cap hit of $32.25 million over the next, both of the next two, or $36.25 million each of the next two seasons. But if I'm reading this correctly, it says he's got $0 in dead cap. Again, each of the next 2 years. So, trade or release wise, you don't really owe him anything if he's not on the team. So, if you want to commit to him and pay that number, maybe he's not performing as the $36 million receiver, obviously. But it seems like at any point, in the offseason or whatever, you can make the move. Which, I mean, almost to me guarantees that he's not going to be playing on that number for the next 2 years. I don't know. if there's any kind of wink wink, or I mean there's, you know, maybe much more than a wink wink in place. He was basically in New York when this happened. I don't know when he got there, when he took off, but they said he was at the Jets facility 15 minutes after the trade went down. So the man was on the block, prepared. But with the Rodgers relationship and with the things that are already in place on that team, I don't know if there's an agreement to rework the contract, but my guess is he's not going to be there. So, or not going to be on that number going forward. So in some theory, you know, in some world, if they are able to rework that, then, I mean, this maybe becomes way better. But even if they don't, again, they have that flexibility in each of the seasons to make a necessary move if they have to. And at the end of the day, they didn't even give up that much in a trade. I know people were batting around the values of what the pick would end up being, you know, just talking about it beforehand, because, again, this trade was pretty heavily theorized. But it was a conditional third-round pick that I think only conveys to a second-round pick if he was on the team when they're playing in the AFC Championship game, and if he was a first or second team All-Pro, which is an aggressive stipulation to put on there for a conditional pick. I feel like the Jets really got kind of lucky that they're probably not they're not going to end up conveying it, just on the fact that, okay, here, let me see. Is it either or? Who's the NFL guy still? Is Schefter still around? Woj leaving threw us all for a loop, but I think the NFL side of things is still much intact. But based on, okay, yeah, based on his performance, but what is the exact things? We're going to have to go to Twitter to check it out. This is how you know the world is in a bad place. The Twitter is more reliable than the actual internet. Especially now with the AI, whatever these new searches are, just not quite cutting it. Ooh, it's been a hot day. Schefter's been busy. Some extensions. Oh, and look at this. They're already have reworked the deal as well, too. This is from a couple hours ago after the trade went down. He's lowered his salary cap number this year to $3.2 million. 2 voidable years were added to the deal, and the two sides will now discuss his future in New York after the season. So I think you put the void years in there to help stretch out the cap hit. And, oh, yeah, people as well, too, pointing out that maybe it gives them some more flexibility to bring back Hassan Reddick. But I don't think it's, you know, it is what they're capable of. But I don't know if they necessarily want to give him what he wants either. But we'd have to chat. We'd have to update us on the Hassan Reddick deal. What's going on there? How does the Davante Adams trade affect the Hassan Reddick deal? Sorry, I didn't realize we were just a floating head there. Pause on the camera. Gotta redo the shot. Okay. Even Schefter doesn't have the... Well, maybe I'm just not seeing them, but if I remember seeing it correctly from earlier, it was if he's on a first or second team All-Pro, and it was an and/or. Chat, help us out. Was it an and/or for the AFC title game? But obviously, at this point, either one seem pretty, you know, like the best version of the ceiling of the season for each of the teams. And the player, Adams, as well, too. Because at this point, 6 games into the season, he's missed 3 games. It'd be hard for anybody to miss 3 games and then make an All-Pro team just because of the numbers you'd have to make up and especially now the league is the receiver position too is like the one that's the most loaded. There's just going to be a guy with the numbers and the production, and especially on a good offense. Like, he's going to be on a good team as well too. There's no way that there's just not going to be a good offense with a good receiver. I guess unless you're Kansas City, but even, I guess Mahomes would just be the first team All-Pro guy at that point. Like, again, somebody would just make it on from a top team. So there's going to be few and far spots for Davante Adams to land on that slot. Rozier just cooking Zach Collins right now with the and one step back. But, and we know this about the NFL as well too. The salary cap is fake, and you can kind of just work out whatever you want. I think you just turn it all into signing bonuses, hand him a check, and write it off. The NFL salary cap is like works in the actual tax code with the write-offs and the amount of ways you can work around it. But seems like they're already figuring out ways to fit Adams in there. And like we were saying, he's definitely not going to be on that number. There's going to be compromises either way. And it does seem like the man is Davante Adams just been brainwashed by the Rodgers, whatever the Rodgers thing is going on, because again, he's right there in the building. McAfee's interviewing Rodgers as the trade is going down, and then Rodgers is like side-eyeing somebody out of the interview and does a little head wave over Davante Adams. Next thing you know, he just summons Davante Adams right into the interview. Davante Adams is magically in New York and in the Jets building. So he is committed to the process, and maybe that's just the best thing for it. But at the end of the day, this is not just committing to this team, which, at that point, it's like not just committing to the window as well, too, which we understand that they're really trying to push for a Super Bowl here, and maybe, firing the coach in the middle of the season is an aggressive way to try to turn things around, and it's not. I don't think there's a big track record of teams doing that in making the Super Bowl run. But again, it's just another double down on Rodgers as the guy. And I thought, especially Monday night, Monday night was an interesting game because Rodgers definitely made some plays where, the Manning cast and Belichick were just raving about his intelligence and the IQ. And there was like a screen at one point where the Bills like completely covered up the screen, and Rodgers backs out of it and turns and ends up like checking it down to one of the tight ends who was a blocker on the play and didn't even have a route, but he kind of broke off, and Rodgers checked down to him and he got 8 yards, and it's like, it could have been a disaster play. All of a sudden it's 2nd and 2 and they're still in good position. And then he has the touchdown as well too in the first half, where incredible catch by Garrett Wilson. But again, on the Manning cast, they're just, and it's the quarterback thing. They love the quarterbacks. We get it. But Belichick as well too was really giving Rodgers his flowers. So I don't know. Is Belichick and Rodgers, is there like a relationship there that that we don't know about that we need to look into? But he was definitely giving him credit on that touchdown. But the run game was really cooking. Breece Hall was really going for, I would assume, his best game of the season. I'm trying to remember exactly what he did in week 1, because I remember winning it in week 1 and feeling really good about picking him first overall in the draft. But I don't know exactly if he matched the yardage totals. That's because he did have a good receiving day that day. He had 93 total yards, and then he had 114 yards in week 2. But since then, 83, 18, and 37 the last couple of weeks is tough. But 169 Monday night versus Buffalo, 23 touches. No touchdowns, didn't even matter. Still logged 20 fantasy points, at least in sleeper on the day. But, in the second half, basically the only time they got into scoring position was on that big Breece Hall play. And still kind of like, yeah, obviously when Breece Hall is cooking, this is probably the best version of this offense. And that kind of goes to not just, having that threat of the run, but less of a reliance on other elements of your offense. And again, Rodgers was making plays Monday night. It's not like he wasn't losing them. It's not like it was the same performance that he had in London with the 3 picks, but, still an untimely interception as well too. And, at some point it feels like the top players they get out there if there's ever a moment where the team is struggling, there just needs to be like a refocus. It does seem like the guys, they always end up pointing the fingers to themselves, and I can't, and we should be honest here, like, we only see the quotes and the stuff that's, the Rodgers propaganda that the media puts out there. That's all that we see. We'd probably need to go actually watch like these full Rodgers pressers and these full things to really see what he's talking about here. But, and he probably has said that he needs to be better as well too. But it does seem like there's always a time and always a moment over the course of the answers and over the course of the conversations where there's focus shifted elsewhere. And, again, he's the veteran, he's the quarterback, he's the Hall of Famer. He knows where the mistakes are being made more so than we do. But, I mean, we also are watching football and we know what's going on. And we see, like that London game, we see what's happening. So to double down on the quarterback position with this trade is maybe where the Jets are over-calculating what they have at the moment. Because, again, Garrett Wilson had had that amazing touchdown, but had another catch as well, too, I think, on the sideline. Had several catches in that game and several plays where you're just like, yeah, fantastic receiver. This is why everybody loves him. So, and with Breece Hall cooking, with Braylon Allen, it's not like this team is devoid of weapons. And Rodgers, maybe he is a good recruiter of talent because I do kind of like Lazard on this team. Like, Lazard is not a bad receiver. And he blocks as well, too. I mean, the man's a really tough blocker. There's like a handful of receivers that when you just watch him, it just jumps off the screen and they're just like driving guys around. You're like, oh yeah, Lazard's, he really knows how to stay on the field. PFF right now has him graded at 68th out of 126. Like, a mid yellow green grade, like a middle grade. He's a pretty, it's a compliment. The man's like a average, above average receiver. Like, again, the point being they don't necessarily have bad weapons. So I wouldn't have looked at the team and gone, they need to bulk up the skill position guys for the next step. But, giving your quarterback less excuses as well, too, is going to be another thing. And again, it's one pick in the third round. You're restructuring the contract. You're not even talking about it till the end of this season. So if you make if you have to have a tough conversation with Rodgers at the end of the year, then maybe that's just a conversation, in default with Davante Adams as well, too, because there's a reason that he made the trade. And, I think we could all say that, and, he could say as well, too, that it could be for finding a winning situation. But, just looking at the two teams that he requested, it's not like he requested the two highest, powered, most likely teams to go on and win the Super Bowl this year in the Saints and the Jets, and ends up going to the team with the, in which he played formerly. But I guess Rodgers is there for next season. Rodgers is a $23 million cap hit and $49 million in dead cap for 2025. It does look like, oh man, and there's some big, there's some void years in there. So I guess the void years go into effect if you make a trade or if you release him, and then the void years can spread out the dead money at that point. We're young and dumb people. We're still learning about the salary cap as we go. We'll figure it out and we'll get back to you. But I think that's how it would work. So they could save a little bit of money by making a move, but it would still be a big, big financial commitment. And, again, it's not probably going to be like a 4 or 5 win team this year. They're already at 2 wins. Like, they might get to 6 or 7 wins. And that's not what Jets fans want. But, at least you're getting something for what you pay for. You're not going to be at the bottom of the league. You're in some of these games. And if Rodgers has to be there, at least you can make him happy by bringing in some of his buddies. So I was seeing theories that was Rodgers actually playing like this to tank the Jets because of Woody Johnson and the Johnson & Johnson and the vaccine, and because of Aaron Rodgers' vaccine stance. So, you know, IT, we might have to do a little research and see if there's actually some other ulterior motives that need to be figured out here for Aaron Rodgers' performance. But that is, you know, with the commitment, that's going to be the thing that hinges on this team, because this is not like a, you know, it's not like an NBA type, oh, well, if it doesn't work out here, we could just trade him and move on. I don't necessarily know if there is going to be a huge Rodgers market. Maybe at the trade deadline, you know, in NBA terms, if he's like an expiring contract and you only have to get him for like half a season and the Jets can take a lot of the money, like maybe you can work something out. But, you know, if we get smarter cap people to figure out how the Jets can get around this, and obviously they can restructure with Rodgers as well too. He's restructured with them in the past, so, you know, we got to give him credit. It's not like it's totally off the table for them to come back and work out some new deal and get some new pieces. But this is not necessarily a weakness of the team, so I wouldn't necessarily say it was a needle moving trade. And again, for Davante Adams, hopefully what he wanted was just to be with Aaron Rodgers, because I mean, make no mistake, that's what the man's going to get with this trade. And maybe he comes in and maybe he proves us all wrong and just takes over and carries this team for like a win streak. But I don't know if he's in that stage of his career anymore. So you think of him next to Garrett Wilson is a good fit for a role for him next to that type of guy. But their next games are going to be Sunday night against the Steelers. Is that this upcoming week or is that next week? Yeah, that's this upcoming Sunday night. And then the Patriots in week 8 in New England, the Texans, the Cardinals, and then the Colts in week 11. Anthony Richardson will be back and healthy. That's another Sunday night game, Colts-Jets. So you can chalk that one up as a Colts win at this point. Texans game is obviously going to be tough, but Steelers, Patriots, and Cardinals here are 3 teams. And, you know, that's Steelers defense, but with the Steelers quarterback situation, they have to be thrown into the beatable team category, especially if you're trying to make a playoff run. And, you know, going to the Hassan Reddick thing, like, there is definitely some defensive stuff that they probably need to fix as well, too, because the Bills were able to run the ball, you know, in the first half. What's that running back's name? Is it Ray Davis? Yeah, Ray Davis was really cooking. What was his final stat line for that game? I don't know. Does James Cook need to look out? 20 carries for 97 yards, but 3 receptions for 55 yards as well, too. Yeah, had a 42-yard catch in that game. So ended up with 152 total yards on 23 touches. But even 20 for 97, I mean, his longest run of the day was 15 yards. So, you know, there's a lot of consistency there. It's not like he necessarily broke off a 60-yard run and really brought that yardage total up, but he's still at basically 5 yards a carry, really moving the pile every time. And there was a lot of penalties in the second half. It really got sloppy. You know, most of the scoring was early in the game, but I thought he really, really impressed. And we love James Cook as well, too. So, if anything, just like all these teams, the Bills have a stacked backfield. Tyler Johnson had 4 carries for 34 yards as well, too. So he was breaking off some runs when he was able to get in there. The only one that wasn't running well was Josh Allen. 9 carries for 18 yards, but he got that 1-yard touchdown early in the game, which we were a little upset about because we were playing against him in fantasy, but ultimately it didn't matter. We cruised to a win this week. And again, the Anthony Richardson injury at the quarterback position didn't matter. Last week, we forgot to take him out, and we lost by too many points. It wouldn't have mattered what any kind of combination of moves off our bench or guy we picked up off the waiver wire, we just would have lost. Because trust me, we looked. I was ready to hate myself for it, but fortunately, it was unpreventable loss. The player we were playing against just put up too many points, and the rest of our team did not perform. And then this week, we had the opposite effect. We won by too many points. We could have just taken Anthony Richardson and put him back in. We picked up Kirk Cousins off the waiver wire. We could have just subbed Anthony Richardson's 0-point injury performance in, and it wouldn't have mattered. We still would have got the win. And shout out to our opponent. It's, tough fought game. They played well. We just had a really, really good week. Some fortunate performances. When we really needed them, we were in a loss. I think we lost back-to-back games, but we're back up on top. Let me double check. Are we 4-2? Or 3-3? Yeah, we're 4-2. Breece Hall, Tony Pollard. Zay Flowers with his first big fantasy day in a couple of weeks. Shout out to Benjamin St. Juste in the Commanders secondary. We knew that this would be... If he couldn't put up fantasy points in this game, we would have had to look elsewhere. And then Michael Pittman just getting subbed in for like 4 plays and getting a touchdown on one of them. Thank God. Second quarter, Spurs Heat. Spurs hanging in there down by 2. A little Jaime Jaquez, Keldon Johnson still hanging in there. Duncan Robinson. We've got some names. Wemby's still on the court. Here we go, people. He's getting minutes tonight. You love to see it. Does Pop know we're tuning in? Is he watching? Shout out Popovich. What's up? Jaquez at the free throw line. Like you'd expect, but the Ravens not getting him as well, too. Chat, is that... Are the Ravens a bigger loser than the Chiefs are like a winner in this trade? Because if the Ravens get Davante Adams, there is some ripple effects here with this move where, again, I don't know, unfortunately, where it ends up. I don't know if it's going to be affecting championship football in any real way. Wemby with the mismatch, an easy 2-dribble to the basket, only because he lost it. Could have done it in 1. He's going to need to tighten that up. Pause. Duncan Robinson, you can't contain Wembanyama. It's just not happening. But if they get just a bigger receiver as well, too, because you have Zay Flowers, where now he kind of becomes a secondary guy. Either one of them getting the number 2 corner would be a pretty good matchup. And the Spurs have Harrison Barnes as well, too. You forget the veterans on this team. This is going to be a 10 seed, people. Lock it in. Popovich is going to coach the heck out of this roster. Get some really good performances. But kind of in the way Adams can work the sideline too, maybe you have Zay Flowers in the middle of the field, but you could reverse that. Zay Flowers can go to the outside as well too. There's some versatility with both of those receivers. And then in the run game. But Davante Adams is really good in that screen game as well, where you can get the ball out to him. So maybe we're talking ourselves into him for that Jets trade, but the Chiefs are the biggest winner here. Because I guess he could have gone to Buffalo. Buffalo was out there making moves. Buffalo went out and got Amari Cooper today as well. Unfortunately, a move that's just going to be washed away by the Davante Adams trade. But Cooper in his own right, a decent receiver. A very, very good receiver. And did they give up a similar amount for Adams as they did Cooper? Oh, and the Bills have also released Marquez Valdez-Scantling. So, Scantling for Cooper? Chat, is that an upgrade? I think so. The Browns with the thank you Coop tweet. Okay, here we go. Full compensation per source. The Bills are getting Amari Cooper and a 6th. And the Browns are getting a 3rd and a 7th. Okay. Upgrading that pick there. That's 6 to the 7th if you're the Bills. And getting Cooper. Crazy value. But a 3rd-round pick for Cooper and a 3rd-round pick for Adams? Are those the same guys? And I get you have the conditions on it, but if I was the Browns, I don't know if I would have the Raiders. I don't know if I would have taken such tough restrictions on that trade. I would have been like, hey, can we get that at if he gets 1,000 yards or something? You can hold back on his performance and still try to compete as a team and get him in the championship game. That's why we needed to know if it was an either or. And was there a performance stipulation for the championship game? Or is it just if they make it and he's on the roster, they get in? But Amari Cooper, he's played all 6 games this year. Davante Adams has only played 3 games. And Amari Cooper is at 24 receptions for 250 yards and 2 touchdowns. Again, in 6 games played. Now, with Deshaun Watson, so there is a stipulation there that this is some of the worst quarterback play we've seen in a while. But in 3 games, Davante Adams is 18 receptions, 209 yards, and 1 touchdown. Same pick, and they restructured the contract. Are we live, people? IT, we might have to go back and edit some stuff. And I guess we weren't saying this trade was fully down. I guess the problem is, maybe some other positions on the roster if you're the Jets and some other deficiencies. So I guess we should clarify that this is a good trade for the Jets and probably does make them better. What is their over-under at right now on FanDuel? Talking out the Davante Adams trade live in real time. Do they still have win totals? They do. And I don't know how on top of it FanDuel is. Pause. I don't know if they're have adjusted for Davante Adams being on the team already. But as we stand at the time of this stream, second quarter Spurs Heat, it's 34-30. And the Jets win total after getting Davante Adams is 7.5 wins. And the under is plus 144. So if they go 7-9, 7-10, and they play the Texans, like we said, that's a loss. That Colts game is a loss. Seattle, Miami, Jacksonville, the Rams, the Bills, the Dolphins. That is a nice, nice stretch run of the season to have. The Seahawks, the offense and Geno, that could be a feisty game, but that defense has been a sieve the last couple of weeks. Then to go Dolphins, Jags, Rams, Bills, Dolphins. The Bills might be the only team still actually fully together and competing for a playoffs at that point. The Dolphins, who knows what's going to happen with Tua. The Jags, no way Peterson is there in week 15. The Rams, Stafford's probably shut down for the season by week 16. And then, again, the Dolphins in week 18 after playing the Bills in week 17. So they would need to pick up 5 wins between then and now. If they don't go 2-3 in those last couple of games, that's gonna be that's gonna be bad. Or sorry, 3-2. So that put them at 5 wins right there, and they need to pick up 2 more wins before the bye against Steelers, Patriots, Texans, Cardinals, and Colts. We'll look into that. We might put that one into the bet slip and see. Plus 144 for them to get 7 games is nice because injury as well too, especially in MetLife Field, is a real thing. I mean, Rodgers himself could be vulnerable this year. With his age, you just never know. You never want to say that, but especially when we're talking about trying to win some money, we don't want to start wishing for Rodgers to go down. We're getting delusional, people. Fantasies of hitting a bet at plus 144 and being able to pay our rent, but regardless, it's a real possibility that A player might go down. Something might happen. The offensive line's a question. Like we said, the defense, maybe it just doesn't continue to improve. And again, with the amount of penalties in that game, you think at least for the new coach, you'd go out there, play a clean-cut game for him, try to get a new win. But especially in the second half, they were kind of just as sloppy as they were with Salah. And make no mistake, the sideline was definitely much more fired up. Like, there was definitely some good energy there. And in the first half, they get the Hail Mary at the end of the first half as well, too, which if they don't get that, then, I mean, this game is, probably a little bit more different, too, than the final score. The crazy play to Lazard. Again, Lazard, if I'm not mistaken, right? Pretty sure, yeah, he was the one that got that big touchdown at the end of the half. But let's see how many penalties they actually ended up getting. 11 penalties for both teams had 11 penalties. 94 yards in penalties for the Bills. 110 yards for the Jets. So I don't know if that's all coaching, but would have been nice to see, a little bit more of a cleaner performance after making a change in staff like that. So maybe we're not as out on the Jets trade as we thought, but the Bills getting Amari Cooper as well too. What does PFF have him out for the year? Keon Coleman is kind of, I feel like, going to can we say blossom? Do we have to pause that? He's going to blossom as a player. He's going to hit NFL puberty at some point. They have him right in the Allen Lazard range with that 64, 65 overall grade. So again, kind of right in the middle, but you can't be mad about that if you're a rookie. It seems like Mac Hollins is kind of holding it down. Oh, PFF is out on Mac Hollins. 115 out of 126 wide receivers. Sohan is still in the game. I don't see Wembanyama. I assume they give Wembanyama the first half. Bam Adebayo with another tough fall away, though. The shot making for Bam. Impressive to start this game. Could we see a invigorated Heat this season? The league is going to be fun this year, people. I think people are, and I've heard this floated. This is not an original take. This is out there, but was it Perk that said this? That people, I think it was Perk. People aren't afraid of the Celtics, and I don't think that's just a matchup, a head-to-head thing, but I think that's a mentality of how gettable the championship might be for each individual team. So do the Raptors need to reopen a conversation about attacking the championship after tonight? They didn't know Grady Dick and Scotty Barnes just weren't going to miss three-pointers. And maybe Jakob Poeltl was speaking out of turn as well, too, when he said it. There's a good chance he was. But, that night-to-night of, are we a championship team? Ultimately, what are we playing for here as a unit? And if these teams aren't afraid of the Celtics, and not like the Miami Heat would have been a team that would have been, even if, let's say, the rest of the league is just shaking their boots and going, there's no way that the Celtics there's no way that we can get past this team. Like, the Miami Heat would be the one team, and Jimmy Butler and Bam and Pat Riley and that would be the one team that would not be afraid and would go out there, attack them. And they would probably still be the one hope if, that's how the rest of the league viewed that team. And maybe we should. I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying that, Perk is not totally wrong when he says that it, again, it doesn't seem like these teams, I don't think they go into the season and go, we have to climb Mount Boston to win the title this year. And I don't know if that's a team thing. Maybe that's like a player thing of, they've got great players. And like we said, Jaylen Brown, boy, are we ready to compliment. we got to pause this. But, we've got some takes that we don't want to get too excited about Because we get, it's preseason. We don't want to just start proclaiming things too early. But maybe we do. Todd McShay, we want to get ahead of the curve. Shout out. But, we also want to be, we just don't want to go crazy as well, too. But, if there's not an individual player that like Jimmy Butler probably looks at everybody on the Celtics and goes, I'm better than every one of those players. And, Bam, I don't know if, especially now that he's going one-on-one with Asia Wilson, I don't know where his basketball self-esteem is at. But I'm sure he looks at them too and goes, yeah, I can take these guys. We've been there before. We've done that. And maybe that's a pause. And maybe it's a byproduct of the run that it took for those guys to actually finally get to the title. But Steven Castle on the pick and roll, making a crafty pass to Zach Collins. Couldn't quite handle it. We're going to blame that one on Zach Collins. Get him out of here. Steven Castle is the future. It's not his fault. Oh, getting Keldon Johnson with the techie fouls. And Keldon Johnson, every year, more and more tape on the shoulders. I don't know if that's a good thing. Is that just him, like, upgrading? Does he just get... Is it just... Has he just gotten more VC in the offseason and bought more tape, or is his shoulders getting worse? Hopefully it's just player mods. But, I mean, I would agree with him as well, too. Like, I think the Celtics are obviously... we're not a super delusional fan here. The Celtics are obviously mounds better than the Spurs, but I don't look at that team and go, oh, there's not moves that the Spurs could make to beat this team. But again, like going back to what you were saying, like Jokic is the type of player where you go, oh, I don't really know what the move is to stop that guy. And, I guess maybe, the Spurs are the weird team to talk about it from this perspective as well, too, because we have Wembanyama and because we have potentially, the guy of all guys, the greatest basketball player of all time. We don't want to jinx this early, but, we have really potentially a dude with Victor, but you get a guy like Anthony Edwards in Minnesota to see what his potential could be. But, one of those guys where it's just, there's Durant, Steph, it's like there's really no way to match. And maybe Steph was one of those guys where teams did feel like they could do something to attack him. And, once they brought in Durant, they had too many options. And Durant is definitely one of those guys where you just go, I don't know, maybe peak Ben Simmons is the only option. Bring some legend guy back, Scottie Pippen out of retirement. Bam on the lob in transition. Flying around tonight. He's going to be inspired this year. He's got some newfound competition that's going to be motivating him. We might as well. Can we just bet the Bam All-NBA performance? Is that like a shift in modern culture? Because I feel like back in the day, was the celebrity relationship perceived as a move that was going to not propel you forward in your career, but was it as a move that was going to motivate you to be better? Because, I think that the 90s celebrity relationship, and maybe it's athlete-to-athlete relationships versus celebrity relationships. Because, you get like the Tyson-Givens relationship. And I'm guessing that was 90s, not 2000s. But, you get a couple like that together. And I don't know if that was like the most beneficial thing for Tyson in terms of his the man's focus. But I guess, for non-athletes, you got Kelsey and Taylor Swift. And I do think that, people look at it and go, oh, well, what does the man need to keep playing football for? He's got everything he wants now off the field. He's got the girl. He's got the money. He's got the man's got all that he wants. But it's like, the man is probably competitive, not just on the field, but it's like the man is he's a competitive man. He's competitive with everybody in his life. And his girlfriend is the most popular pop star / person in the world and in the country, definitely. But he's probably going to be like, well, I got to do something too. Like, I got to keep up a little bit here. I'm Travis Kelce. Like, I could be the greatest tight end of all time. Like, I can definitely make a name for myself as well, too. So you probably get a boost from that. And who's the Olympians this year? There was, like, the Olympic couple that got gold. One of them got gold in the Olympics. Excuse me. The other one got gold in the Paralympics, I believe. And one of them came across our pause. One of them showed up on our Instagram feed. And then after digging into the Instagram, we figured out that, oh, wait, this is a couple. Well, now we're going to expose which one of them popped up on our Instagram. But Tara Davis Woodhall. And then, shout out, it's only a compliment. And then Hunter Woodhall would be her husband. It's a happy relationship. We're not trying to say anything. Again, only compliments. Instagram, it's the algorithm. We were just scrolling it, nothing we can do about it. But you got two people that both end up winning gold medals, and I don't know if they were gold medals before this, because I didn't necessarily, and we're not like the most knowledgeable track and field people. I think you guys know that from the amount of track and field that we talk being, zero. But, you get the Olympics, you know the names. Track and field's one of the more popular sports. You kind of just end up knowing who these athletes are by default. And I wasn't super familiar with these people. But let's see here if she had any other gold medals before this. So long jumper. So Tara Davis Woodhall. Tara Woodhall is a long jumper. She got gold this year in Paris after finishing 6th in Tokyo last year. So she, an Olympian, a high achiever, obviously. But, not the medal winner. And let's see if we can look up him real quick. I think he's like a sprinter. Was he do the 400 meter? So, yeah, he's like an actual... not an actual runner, but yeah, he's a runner. She does the long jump. And he got bronze at the relay in Tokyo and bronze at the relay in... Or no, just bronze in a race in Rio de Janeiro in 2016. He got silver as well, too. So bronze and silver in 2016, a bronze in 2020, and then a gold and a bronze in 2024. And, you've got the Ertz couple with Zach Ertz and Julie Ertz. And even, speaking of Olympians, who's Simone Biles' husband, Jonathan Owens? I feel like once it was like, oh yeah, he's with Simone Biles, once people started knowing about him, and maybe it was just his age and his rise in his career, but I feel like he's kind of sneakily, gotten better, been on the field, playing some minutes. So yeah, started his career in 2019, played 1 game, then 6 games in 2020, 7 games in 2021, and then appeared in 17 games in each of the last 2 seasons, in Houston in 22 and then Green Bay in 2023. And then this season in Chicago, he's played in 6 games as well. So if we dig into a little snap count here, I mean, yeah, the last 2 seasons. So in 2022, he was 83% of the snaps. 2023, he's 70% of the snaps. This year, only played 12 defensive snaps. Hasn't seen the field as much, but the Bears do have a stacked secondary back there, so that would be a tough one to get minutes on. But again, he broke into the league and started contributing and making a name for himself outside of his relationships. So I forget where we started with the celebrity relationships, but chat, where were we at? What celebrity relationship were we talking about? Who just got it? Oh, was it Bam and Asia Wilson? So yeah, for Bam and Asia Wilson, could we just get like an all-NBA Bam Adebayo season? And I guess we don't know the exact status of what's going on. So we're live. We probably shouldn't just start making assumptions and start, claiming people are in or not in relationships or whatever. But, I mean, we've all seen the clips. And I haven't gotten any headlines that would say the opposite. But Asia Wilson just had not only the best season of her career, but as, the WNBA people in the greater basketball community knows. I mean, she had maybe one of the greatest, well, not maybe one of the greatest, maybe the greatest WNBA season of all time, the greatest scoring season of all time, if I'm not mistaken, in the WNBA. But Bam last year, he was 20 points a game in 2023 and then was down to 19. It dipped by 0.9 points a game last year. I mean, the numbers were basically the same all across the board in terms of the percentages and stuff, just shooting a little bit less, getting to the free throw line basically the same amount of times. 4.3 free throws made in 22 versus 4.1 in 2023. But, it's like, how much can you really ding him for that? I guess that's the little bits that separate the good from the greats. But, what we're saying, it's not like the man has dropped off. But, I mean, the man has definitely, over the last couple of years, plateaued a little bit. So the last 4 seasons, he's 18.7, 19.1, 20.4, and then 19.3 points per game. Second team all defense in 3 of those seasons, and then last year was up to the first team all defense. Field goal percentages 57, 55, 54, and 52. So it's gone down slightly each of the last couple of years. The rebounds, 9 rebounds, 10, 9, 10. Assists, 5 assists a game back in 2020, 2021, but then 3, and then back up to 3.9, so basically 4 in 2023, 24 last season. But found his role as one of the 25, 30, 20, maybe even 15 best player. He's hovering, I guess, around that All-NBA. So, one of the 20, 25 best players in the league, but 27 back-to-back All-Star games. Again, made that jump into the first team all-defense. Now he's kind of at the front of the defensive conversation. And not that he wasn't already before that, but now, especially with, was it Gobert winning last year? Oh boy, was it actually? Oh, man. And somebody had to win it on that Timberwolves defense. But, yeah, Rudy Gobert and then Victor and then Bam. So, maybe in a finally unbiased moment, we didn't mention Victor Wembanyama, number 1. Obviously, Anthony Davis as well. But, the games played from Bam versus Davis. Davis outplayed Bam last year. Games played. My mistake. Give Anthony Davis his due respect. And you got to mention Herb Jones as well, too, when we talk about best defensive players in the league. We are at halftime for Spurs Heat. Yes, sir, we are at halftime. Sohan leading the way for the Spurs, like we said, in his new role. 12 points. We're pro Sohan, people. We want to see the man succeed. We love this young Spurs core. 12 points, 6 rebounds. Wemby has 8 points, 7 rebounds, 3 of 6 from the field. You love to see it. 1 for 4 from 3. So, jacking up threes. Maybe you don't love to see that. But Chris Paul, 3 assists. Minus 11 for Chris Paul. Buddy, what's going on? Keldon Johnson in double digits as well, too. Ooh, a little Jovic tonight. We got to pay more attention to Jovic. We'll lock on to Jovic a little bit more in the second half. Let's take a quick timeout during half. We'll be back in 1 second for second half of Spurs Heat. Will Victor Wembanyama keep playing? We will find out coming up next. Three, two, one. We're back in, people. The second half, of course, it hasn't started yet. Halftime will go for a couple more minutes. But I was double checking to see if FanDuel had any of the will they make all NBA bets, and it doesn't seem like they do, which, I mean, would just be, I feel like a ton of money you could make from will this guy make all NBA. Maybe they just don't want to have to deal with, like, you know, Luka being minus 7,000 or whatever. But even still with, like, injuries, like, what would Embiid be for making all NBA? You know what? If FanDuel won't do it, we'll do it ourselves. We might post it. Stay tuned to the feeds, people. Follow the socials. We're at Rem and Sam or at Rem and Sam podcast on all the social media platforms, Instagram, TikTok. You know, you're already on the YouTube if you guys are watching this over here. You guys can subscribe to stay tuned. We're also on the like the audio feeds as well too. Spotify, Apple, Amazon, I think Google, whatever. If you guys are just on any of the random podcast services for no reason and for some reason not using Spotify or Apple, I think we're out there as well too. But of course, for the mainstays and all the big social platforms, we're out there at Rem and Sam, at Rem and Sam Podcast. And we might be posting odds for will they or won't they make all NBA? Because like we were saying with the injury, like what would Embiid's odds be to make all NBA? Chat? Like what would we be? Because I mean, MVP caliber player when he's playing, he's 30 points a game. The center position, I get it's positionless now, but even still with the scoring, it's going to be hard not to have him in a top 15 list if he plays the correct amount of games. But I was seeing a report the other day as well too that was saying that Joel Embiid might not never play a back-to-back ever again, which, I mean, we can automatically chalk that up as being probably a little bit too dramatic, but we're only saying a little bit too dramatic. Like, if we, decode that to say, is Joel Embiid only going to play a handful more of back-to-backs, maybe ever? Yes. Then, I mean, yeah, absolutely, we could believe that. We could see that for sure. So, maybe you get Embiid at like a minus 250. We're not odds makers, so this would be a new experience for us. Like, Wemby, we would just put him at like, even odds. Like, the man's going to be amazing. The box score is going to be there. And then Sam's going to be like, wait a second, this team's going to win 24 games. And, Wemby might miss 10 games in a row just because they're going to be tanking again. For Cooper Flag, we might have to bump that to like, 10-1 or something like that. So we'll put it in the idea bank. We'll keep workshopping it. But when we do inevitably make the odds, we will keep in mind the fact that Bam Adebayo is potentially currently with Asia Wilson. And that would probably factor in. To our decision. Wait a second. People, we might have some exciting news. Give me a second. We've got some messages coming in from some other parties. Let's see what's cooking up here. People, will we have somebody joining us? Sorry for the silence. We're workshopping this live. IT should be doing this, but IT's incompetent. Thanos, we have to do it ourselves. I think it's going to happen, people. Give us a second. Let's get this set up. Oh, boy. Stay tuned, people. We've got guests potentially joining. Okay, I don't want to make any promises because you know what happens when we make promises on the Rem and Sam podcast. That inevitably jinx it, but I think we might be having a special guest / non-guest. Am I saying too much? Somebody might be joining us in a little bit. It is the Rem and Sam podcast, as you guys know, but we're still waiting for the second half of Spurs Heat to get underway. The Sohan performance is just too exciting. The NBA world can't contain themselves. People are calling into the Rem and Sam podcast as we speak. Chat, jump in. Who knew it was a thrilling night of NBA hoops? We probably could jump over to we couldn't just focus on a couple other games as well. There is more NBA action. I think we mentioned, but there is a Hornets-Knicks game. Do we have Karl Towns? Oh, boy. No, we don't. We don't have anybody for the Knicks. A down bad Knicks squad. This game is also at the half. This Charlotte team is kind of running at full force tonight. I don't know what the bench and the 1 through 10 is, but their starters are Miles Bridges. They got Nick Richards, LaMelo Ball, Brandon Miller, and then Saloon, if I said that right. Tijdan Saloon. the rookie pick out of France. Inserted him into the starting lineup right away, which, you know, top overall pick, you'd expect it. But that is just going to be, I mean, with him and LaMelo out there, I don't know why I'd never clicked those two players on the court. But now seeing those names, you know, in the box score and picturing what that could be a a lot of fun. Brandon Miller. Again, the NBA is going to be fun this year, people. The league is going to be competitive. And who knows, stay tuned if we have guests. Maybe we could fire off some Jaylen Brown takes and see what the people think. Is Selena Gomez live in person for the preseason game? Oh, no, they're just showing a supercut of NBA people. NBA fans. Drake in the Seth Curry Raptors jersey? A throwback. We might have to get that. Rihanna in the LeBron James Miami jersey. Now we're going too far back. And we should have known they're playing that San Antonio game tonight in Miami. Not even in San Antonio. But, I mean, that's part of it. We don't know where Selena Gomez is posted up right now. Her in Miami, that makes a ton of sense. Any celebrity in Miami makes a ton of sense. She's cool. She could be Miami. And I saw that the tickets tonight were like $3. So, you know, I don't know how her music career has been going lately. But, I mean, anybody could get into those games. Courtside, she'd be golden. Shout out to the Selena Gomez. She does like a cooking show on Max. I've watched a couple episodes of that. Not bad. Not bad. I forget what it's called. But when Max did the merger and got all the stuff, I was sneaky excited that they put the food on here. It's like Chef Selena plus Chef. It might be that. It's probably just Selena plus. Not only are services being named Selena, they just tapped down, just called the show Selena plus. Yeah, Selena plus Chef, Selena plus Restaurant, Selena plus Chef home for the holidays. Selena plus Restaurant, not bad. 4 seasons of Selena plus Chef. Selena, can you do one? Miss Gomez, can you do one in San Antonio with like the Spurs Chef VIP stadium people? I always love the stadium food content. The VIP luxury menu item. See what those chefs are doing. I mean, those people sleep on the, well, maybe people don't as well too. It does, you know, make its ways around Instagram, but you get like there's like the baseball, like extreme concession stand item where it's like the massive hot dog with all the toppings, or, you know, we've got like this insane, somebody's like cooking up a crazy quesadilla or something. And if anybody's not cooking up a crazy quesadilla, I mean, they should probably start. But you get like the crazy concession stand item, and then there's like the other side of it that, you know, the common folk like myself and Sam, we don't get to see the VIP, the fine dining. And that's where you get like the actual, and not, you know, shout out to the concession stand chefs out there, but where you get the people in their fine dining bag. We're going to use the term actual chef, but you get what we're saying. Like, we got these brothers in a real kitchen cooking up some, you know, some tiny portions. That's really the determination of quality, is portion control. Are the Hornets going to run this starting lineup to start the second half? I believe they are. So, again, it's this Knicks G League team that's out there. No, it's not. It's Miles McBride, Achua, Toppin. You know, they got a crew of ballers out there tonight, but I don't know how much takeaways positive we can get from this Hornets lineup against this Knicks team. But regardless, LaMelo making flashy passes. It's just too easy. Flipping it over the head to Nick Richards on the pick and roll. Uh-oh. Do I smell a team of the year contender? This might be too easy to read. LaMelo Ball, Brandon Miller, Sam feeling bad about Scoot Henderson. Grant Williams. I feel like Sam talking himself into Grant Williams too. We could see that happening. I mean, Grant Williams getting mauled. The refs just don't care. They're not calling a foul. Oh, and it worked out because the Knicks lost the ball and he was able to cherry pick. He was complaining, laying on the floor. Complainers win in the NBA sometimes. Grant Williams, will he still be in the Celtics locker room if they win the championship this year? 2 seasons removed. Cameron Payne is on the Knicks. How did the Suns let him go? No, I think they got Tyus Jones in there now. Achua doing too much ball handling. That's how you... And nobody's like calling for it. That's how you know it's the bench unit. When they're like, oh yeah, Precious Achua, do his ISO thing. Yeah, you got this. That's how you know it's the backup. We got Brandon Miller taking his turn as the lead ball handler here. Immediately trying to get up into his own shot. We kind of like Brandon Miller as the connector, the teammate. But, you know, he's going to have to get his own as well, too. So, as fun as this Hornets team is, they're down by 1 to the Knicks bench. Tom Thibodeau. Who's the Hornets coach? Is Steve Clifford still there? Didn't they have like a mutiny or somebody quit? Did Michael Jordan demote himself to the Hornets coach? Borrego's not back, is he? Oh, Charles Lee. That's right. They have the Celtics guy, Charles Lee. 100 to 1? 1,000 to 1? 1,000,000 to 1 odds to win the championship. It's definitely a long shot for any Hornets hopefuls out there. Okay, we like Charles Lee. Obviously of the Missoula staff, who's of the Udoka staff, who's of the Popovich coaching tree. So through a series of events, we have a little bit of Charles Lee stock. But not coaching a game against Tom Thibodeau here in the preseason. Tom Thibodeau's drawn up better plays for Precious Achua than Charles Lee is for LaMelo. But second half now. Oh, no. Well underway for Spurs Heat. We've definitely missed any of the other Wemby minutes. There's 7.5 minutes left in the third quarter. Wemby's on the bench. Jovic just drained. No, was that Champagnie? I thought it was Jovic. The Spurs just drained a 3. Champagnie's new nickname is The Game. We're just calling him The Game. If you hear us say The Game, we're talking about Champagnie. We did say we're going to watch a little bit more Jovic, though. And he is a guy that they're going to need to step up. An all-star this year from Jovic. Can he do it in the East? Chris Paul with the pass right back in transition. Of course, he set that up perfectly. Bam back at the line, carrying the team in preseason. Jimmy Butler looking like he just woke up. Is this his, I've been, working hard all off season and haven't even had time to do a haircut or whatever? Chris Paul with the easy bucket? What does Chris Paul have to do to be an all-star this year? Because if the Spurs are any bit overachieving, yes, Wembanyama is going to get credit, but Chris Paul is going to get a lot of credit as well, too. And this Spurs team is just going to be a super likable team for, who's going to hate this Spurs team? If anything, us gassing them up too much is going to be the only unlikable thing about it. But Chris Paul, in his sensei years, his Master Oogway years, And then Wemby could use a little Kung Fu Panda on him. Could get a little bit on that Poe diet. But we know the stat line for Chris Paul as well, too. I mean, 14 and 10. I guess, can the Spurs hit enough shots for him to get 10 assists? But if he's there and the Spurs are like hovering around 500. Oh, Champagny again in the corner. Oh, yeah, he can't make that. A dribbling back out, spinning 360, ending up in the corner. It's too much. Now Bam is doing too much from the corner. He tried to pull a Curry and do a look away. Fortunately, it was way off. If he had if that had just even rimmed out, it'd have been like, oh man, Bam is dialed in right now. But that shot was a little too crazy. And the Raptors continued to dominate. Oh, not dominate the Celtics. The Celtics charging back. Did they put Peyton Pritchard in? He's been dominating. Tatum scoring now, leading the team in scoring, 24 points. Jaylen Brown with 19 points. He has cooled off a little bit, so it's a good thing we didn't start getting into hyperbole. But a potential interesting conversation. Stay tuned, people. We may have a guest. We may have somebody joining us in a little bit. We'll wait to hear back in a second. But it's a 5-point game. The Celtics are down 5. Scotty Barnes, 4 for 8 from 3. So what was he, 4 for 6 earlier when we read that? Grady Dick, 3 for 8. So both of those guys are now 0 for 7 since we've turned it off. Pause, but since we've stopped watching, neither of them hit a 3. So maybe the Raptors fans are happy that we're tuned back in now. We're back, Raptors fans. Don't worry. Your team's going to start playing good again. Your guys are going to start making shots. Rarely are we a good luck charm for a team, but I mean, the math tonight says that they're, they're 7 for 9 when we're watching, and they're 0 for 7 when we're not. See, Pirtle, why is Pirtle pump faking and drawing the and one if he's not attacking the championship? I feel like they lied to us. And did we say this already? But Peyton Pritchard is leading the Celtics in scoring in the postseason or preseason. Shout out. Give the man the keys. He hasn't looked back. Jordan Walsh. There's a couple of young guys on this Celtics team. Is J.D. Davidson, is he still here? Quick first step. We've always liked him. Yeah, he's still around. Entering his 3rd season. 1.5 field goal attempts per game for his career. That'll go up at some point. Scotty Barnes getting into the paint. The swooping hook shot. You love to see him use the size to his advantage. Getting deep. Oh, Peyton Pritchard. He's a wizard. He's cooking him. Pritchard. Oh, he's going to get back to Walsh. Oh, he just did it to get free. Is Pritchard going to get is somebody going to overpay for Pritchard at some point? Whoa, who just canned that 3? Scotty Barnes? Scotty Barnes, baby. We're back, and he starts hitting 3s again. We might be a Scotty Barnes good luck charm. I'm actually genuinely excited because, like we say, it's a lot of times we have to turn off, we have to look away, we have to you know, we have to sacrifice our fandom because of our bad luck charm, but Scotty Barnes is reigning 3. He hasn't missed since we started. He hasn't missed. Abaji, can he start taking some shots? We like Abaji. Let's put our charm to the test. And we haven't even watched Hocus Pocus yet this year to get a refresher on the witchcraft. I don't know how we're doing this. Don't worry, people. It's in the queue. We'll get there. That one's like a save it for Halloween, though. Hocus Pocus is an elite Halloween movie. The big 3, big 4, big 3. I guess I don't want to start giving out the list, but you know, there's a couple of powerhouses that you got to save right around that time. Scream, though, maybe I feel like Scream probably should have been a save, but we started watching that one the other night. Fell asleep during Scream. I don't know if that's supposed to happen, but you know, it's iconic as well too. So you know the beats at this point. And you know, anytime you start off and Drew Barrymore is just carrying on a conversation with a stalker on the phone, kind of cluelessly, it kind of puts you in a position for, you know, seeing what this movie actually is. Is a slasher like, and you know, I know we like to pride ourselves in some of our film knowledge, but is a slasher a horror movie that is a little cheesy like that? Is that like a technical term? Is that an industry term? Because, you know, horror movie, I think like classic paranormal-y type horror movie. But then you get a thriller movie, which is a little more, you know, high adrenaline, but maybe not as scary. Okay, a slasher film is a subgenre of horror films involving a killer or a group of killers stalking and murdering a group of people. Usually by blades or sharp tools, so yeah, usually by slashing, but okay, so a slasher involves a killing of a group of people versus like what's hunting like a one person body horror, Christmas horror, folk horror, religious, psychological. What's teen horror? Oh, teen horror is just teen horror. I guess it would just be more like, I guess we're thinking more just, you know, parody or satire or whatever. But, you know, I get, you know, Scream is obvious. And, you know, it is like a serious horror movie in a way. Like, it was actually like supposed to be a scary movie. But maybe there needs to be a term for movies that have aged out of being like scary and are just kind of cheesy to watch, because Halloween's like that as well too. Like Halloween's not, I mean, Halloween is a scary movie. Like the tension is there, and you know, you still go through an emotional ride watching that movie, but it's not the same way. And maybe it's just, and it might honestly just be, you know, the technology and the you know, that's a big part of it, but just, you know, how reliant a lot of horror movies are on it now. Where, you know, just back in the day, it's like, it's only so good. You kind of got to pick and choose where you have your spots. I also just saw Bruno Fernando running around and thought, man, DeAndre Ayton looks rough. But shout out to our guy Bruno Fernando, chugging along. We're getting distracted. See, people, we're not biased all the time. The Spurs and Wembanyama are chugging along right now. Yeah, it's 4 minutes left. And we're probably just missing the minutes that he's in. But I think he's probably done for the rest of this game. So we'll go ahead and throw this one on. If Bruno Fernando is checked in for the Jazz. But since it's not an option for back in the day, you know, you can only pick and choose your spots for when you really go to like the super graphic, super gory type moments. Like you have to build suspense through the tension. You know, you have to build it through the circumstances and what's going on versus, you know, just somebody's foot's going to get hacked off or somebody's head's going to get blown apart or just something like super vile and super graphic, which, you know, I guess if it's your, we're not judging anybody. Like if it's your thing, it's your thing. It is what it is. But, you know, if you like the terror porn stuff, then good for you. It's not something that we've ever personally gotten into. I can admit that I'm not a guy that really likes to watch a ton of graphic stuff. Not a lot of, well, bloody stuff. It depends, but you know, we don't want to see like foots and arms and stuff getting sawed off. But when a movie can, and maybe you just rewatch any horror movie to a certain extent, it just won't become scary because you know the beats of it so well. And there can be times as well too where you realize like, oh, this person, like the story that this person's metaphor was actually like this whole thing was a metaphor to represent like how a teenager feels going through adolescence. And you're like, oh, so this was like, I get it, like the emotional outbreak, like, and you're like, okay, that's like a, you know, they're plagued by this demon or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you get it. But sometimes that can take you out of the out of how scary the movie it actually is too. I've had that happen a few times. And again, we're not big horror movie people. But where's Stephen Castle at? I thought that was the deal. If we're not going to see Wemby, we're going to see Castle. Wemby for Castle, they submitted out together. But again, with the conversation that Barrymore is having with the stalker at the beginning of Scream, maybe we need to go back and do a little research on how people felt about it in the moment. But it's hammed up a little bit to where I could see it being a little cheesy. Cheese horror? Do we need to add that one in? Psychological horror, natural horror, found footage horror. Ooh. That's honestly the one category that I have not really gotten into. I can be honest, I've never seen the Blair Witch Project. Paranormal Activity, is that another super popular one? I've definitely heard of this. I didn't realize that this was a found footage horror movie, which definitely puts it in stone that we won't find it. Those are too scary, man. Chat, do you agree with me? The found footage movies, too intense. But I gotta say, I don't know if it's just the Halloween season. It definitely is the month of October. You know, mixing it up, looking for new stuff to watch. And, you know, embracing the holiday and trying to get into some of these scary movies. Again, like we're saying, especially the classic ones. But, like, the monster movies from Universal is a perfect example where, you know, those movies are obviously not scary anymore. Maybe, you know, for kids or whatever. But there needs to be a non-horror horror category where it's just not scary. But with the, I think we mentioned this with the Joker recap, but when we went to see the Joker movie, one of the previews that they showed was for the upcoming Nosferatu remake, which again, we're not like the big monster horror people, but shout out to Norm Macdonald. He made a joke about Nosferatu. I don't even remember what the joke was, but he referenced him, and I forget what it was. He was like, you know, this guy is paler than Nosferatu or something like that. And I was like, who is Nosferatu, this super pale guy that he's talking about? So I looked him up. And it's like, oh, he's some vampire. So the name has just always been in my mind since then. And plus, you know, Nosferatu, it's a really unique name. And I remember hearing that they had announced it because of Skarsgård being in it. But it had slipped, out of mind up until I'd seen that trailer again. And Robert Eggers, who once we had, refreshed ourselves on who he was, and we might actually go back and watch some of those movies because we had gone and, looked at The Lighthouse a little bit when Pattinson had gotten cast for Batman. We were doing the Pattinson deep dive, and we were like, okay, yeah, people are talking about him in this role and what he brings to the table and what he, the characteristics from this part and what the overlap could be to the Bruce Wayne in the Batman character. And that whole movie as well, too, was super highly reviewed and super well regarded. But his other movies, The Witch and then The Northman as well, may end up being watched at some point. We do know what kind of happens in The Witch, and we have to decide if we want to sit through and see it. But it does seem like it's a pretty, well done movie by Eggers. So we're excited to see what he brings to the table for this Nosferatu one. But it kind of is getting us started on a little bit of a horror kick. I don't know. Again, I don't know if it's going to be like a full, we're not going to get into maybe some of the more newer iconic, maybe it's like a classic horror kick. We should clarify and go back and watch some of like the real iconic classic, like we're saying, Universal monsters, with the Nosferatu Dracula. You can go back and watch the old school Dracula from like the 30s, but then from there, you got the Frankensteins, the werewolves, the Creatures of the Black Lagoons. You got all the iconic stuff that you can get into. But like we're saying, the next tier of iconic movies as well, too, is not something that we've dove into as much. Halloween, the original Halloween is been a staple in our Halloween rotation the last several years. That is actually a movie that I really do enjoy watching. And Michael Myers is one of those, villains that's kind of ascended to, you almost end up cheering for the villain. But we'll catch up on some of the horror stuff. So maybe as we go through the years, we'll kind of work our way up into, the real, like, crazy stuff. And, once you start getting into, like, maybe, like, Hereditary or whatever, I don't know what the scariest, I know Blair Witch is one of those movies that everybody would just say is, like, the scariest movie of all time. But, and I could definitely see it, too, like we're saying, that found footage style. Okay, this is saying The Shining for scariest. And I think The Shining definitely is going to go on a rewatch. 70s. If it's 50 plus years old, we'll be okay to sit through it. Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds. I think we'll be okay to get through that one. And, we have, shout out the champ. Shout out our, cousins and stuff. Like, we have people in our lives that really love the horror movies. I would even say maybe even would be, I don't know, we'd have to double back with the champ and see if horror movies are his favorite type of movies. I would say that'd be close because, the man would love a funny movie as well, too. But I wouldn't be shocked. Same for my cousin. Like, if he just said horror movies were straight up his favorite movie, then obviously that's not a hot take. But just for the people that we know. But The Exorcist, okay, that one is 73. On IMDb, it says The Exorcist is the scariest movie of all time. There's a little excerpt here that just says, scariest movie of all time. It will scar you for life and leave you haunted by the effects. Obviously iconic in its horror movie status. And horror movies are one of those movies, like, I don't know if the storylines are, like, aired out as much in the, like, if you haven't seen it, like, I don't know if you know what necessarily goes on. It's not like the storylines get talked about. It's just always like, oh yeah, that's scary or that's not. But like The Exorcist, I've never even, again, it's like, the scariest movie of all time, one of the most iconic horror movies of all time. I don't really know anything about, like, I've never had it spoiled. I could go into this movie and not know a thing about it and just be totally scared and just have everything like a totally new, fresh experience. And you know, it's not necessarily like that for the God. Like, I'm, you know, The Godfather or something crazy like that, you know, some old movie like that where I'm trying to think of like what's like, you know, the craziest movie of all time that I've never seen. But, you know, like It's a Wonderful Life. Like, if you've never seen It's a Wonderful Life, like, you probably know what, you know, just some movie like The Wizard of Oz, like, you know what goes on in a movie like that. But the horror movies, people are just glued to the seat, mouth shut. They won't say anything. Hereditary, though, yeah, they have it listed here as number 2. That one, I remember when it came out, was people were freaked out by that one. In The Witch by Robert Eggers, our boy, with number 3. Oh, man, we might have to rethink watching The Witch. It does have, you know, Robert Eggers we're quickly becoming invested in, but it does have Anya Taylor-Joy as well, too. Texas Chainsaw Massacre from the 70s. That one actually might be... We might have to put that one later on the rewatch. So there is a good mix here, actually, of older and newer movies. So like we're saying, you know, some of the older movies... And, you know, Texas Chainsaw... Like, these are probably movies that, even with the age, would just be regarded as the scariest movies for their status. But, like, you know, we're scrolling here. Like, Halloween is not... Yeah, Halloween's not in the top 10. Let's see where they have Halloween at. So this might just be confirming it for our status. Okay, they have the 2007 one at 24. But see, yeah, like the OG Halloween is not even in the top 30, 33, 35. Blair Witch Project at 36. It said you might have to be there to be as scared, but I don't really know what it means like that. So, you know, obviously this ranking is not perfect. And obviously this is just some IMDb list. Shout out to King Anthrax. Created 7 years ago. Did modify it, though, so the man is keeping it up to date. But Midsommar is on here as well. It does have Get Out at 7, though. And Get Out is definitely a movie that I really like. See, that is the thing. Like, the movies that I've seen, and I'm granted, you know, we're watching the all-time great classics here, but they do... I don't want to say they're more rewatchable than a movie, but, you know, there's a quality there compared to, like, a Marvel movie where I can see myself watching Get Out, you know, again, as a guy who doesn't watch horror movies that much, watching a movie like Get Out just as much as a, you know, like if you want to throw on a Captain America or some comedy movie or some other, you know, classic movie, White Men Can't Jump, Rush Hour, you know, that type of thing. But when the horror movie that I like, when I see a horror movie that I like, it does seem to stick a little bit. So that's why we're kind of chasing it right now. We'll see what happens. We'll get back to you. We'll keep it updated. But since we started the Nosferatu kick, we ended up going back and watching a couple of the older ones as well, too. So that was fun. But what were we saying? The Scream was up next. I don't even know where we're at with that. How did Davante Adams get traded to a different movie? I don't know exactly what happened. The Spurs, though, have cut it to 1 as the fourth quarter has started. Could we get a preseason win to kick off the books? Okay, do we have updates? Okay, we need to let's take another quick timeout real quick, people. Apologies. Let's get a quick update on our guest here. And then, here, we probably don't even need to send it to a break. We probably should have had a background going this whole time. I can't believe it. My apologies, people. We can get the score for the game going here. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, but shout out to those listening as well. Potentially a little bit later. Like I said earlier, we are on those other various feeds, so stay tuned. Oh boy, and our thing's way behind as well too. We're a mess, people. We're behind. It's preseason for the NBA, but it's also preseason for the pod as well. We're trying to get the pieces together. Trying to get everything cleaned up. Pause. As we head into the NBA season, because you guys are going to want to be locked into the Rem and Sam feed for the NBA season. We're going to be here live during the games. I don't know what the schedule is going to be yet, but make no mistake, we're going to be here more than not. And maybe we just don't even have a schedule. Maybe it's just, and you know, we don't want to, we're not making it sound like we're going the other way where, oh, the Rem and Sam pod, there's no schedule now. Good luck. But you get what we're saying. Like, it would be that we're doing more, not less. But for the NBA season, we will be continuing the watch party trend. So you will want to stay tuned. And the Spurs have kicked us off in a thrilling battle here to start the preseason. Can we get a total points on Bam Adebayo's season? Total points for Bam, sorry, for the game. A 20-piece for our guy Bam. The only person at 20 so far in the game. 20 points in 23 minutes. 6 of 10 from the field. Nope, where we go, people? Sorry about that. IT, clean up the... Where'd we go? We gained a score. We lost a screen. Oh, well, we'll be back in a second, but Bam is the leading scorer with 20. Hero with 14. Hawkes with 13. Butler with 12. Wemby's still at 8, though. Stuck at 3 for 6 from the field. Looks like it was just him for the first half. RIP. So we didn't end up missing anything, as it turns out, which I guess is good. Of course, we can always use more. Pause. If Wemby can play more minutes, we'll take it. Whoop, I just dropped my phone. Here we go. But Chris Paul, second with 13. Keldon Johnson up to 15. And Harrison Barnes with 10. Who I expect good things from him as well, too, this season. He's still a super productive player. I mean, Wemby might be the best star that he's played with potential. I mean, you know, De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis are all NBA guys, so we got to give them their due respect. But Wemby, are we back in? Oh, nice. Shout out IT. But Wemby is, you know, upside-wise anyways. We know what he's got. And we're snacked up as well, people. Sorry for the chewing on the mic. It's just what it is. It's bulking season. There's nothing we can do about it. We're here for the people, but you know, it's right through our eating window. Did we get a good sound? You guys hear it all? Okay, we'll keep it to a minimal. We won't just eat the whole thing right now, but shout out to the Gains. Zach Collins with 3 points off the bench and uninspiring. 1 for 3 from the field. Stephen Castle with 4, 3, and 3 in 11 minutes. Or sorry, 3, 2, and 1. I was looking at Trey Jones in 14 minutes with a 4, 3, and 3. Filling up the stat line. And Castle just knocking down some free throws as well, too. We're keeping it within one, people. Pop instilling a winning mentality right away. Castle doubling on the Hawkes post-up. Helping out his backcourt mate, Chris Paul. Hawkes, though, continuing to get to the line. Impressive. And Castle's, I mean, he looks like he could be, I guess he is like a shooting guard label, but, I mean, he's a wing, make no mistake. Wesley as well, too, playing some minutes. Branham. Castle's going to leap over those guys, unfortunately for them. Just snag some minutes from some young guys that we still really like. Branham, we really like. We have a lot of Branham stock. He looks good on that drive to the basket. And I guess we shouldn't say that for this year as well, too, because those guys have been in the league. Branham probably has some more moves offensively than Castle does. But when the other stars are out there and your other shot makers are out there, you don't need Branham taking shots. You need him hitting three-pointers. And you need him playing defense. And you know Castle is going to potentially give you some elite defense. Projecting that out. Let's remind ourselves what Branham did to finish off last year, because something in my biased mind tells me that he was playing pretty well. And I know he had good stretches in his rookie season. Once IT gets back to full force, we'll double check it. I've always had some stock. He's got some off the dribble creation. He can operate in the mid range, and you can see some pick and roll upside with him as well. And again, in the backcourt, the Spurs have needed some help over the last couple of years. There's been a path for him to develop and get some good minutes. And some really good defense on that possession with the block. Starting the possession out to Lively. If I'm not mistaken, that was definitely Branham on that play. So you see he gives you a little size as well, too. But Castle is playing probably in the same spot, taking a lot of those same minutes. Two years now for our guy. He's been 20 minutes a game, roughly both of them. He was 30% as a rookie, 34% on the season last year, 87% from the free throw line. So, I mean, our guy is smooth, but just kind of looking, let's see here. I don't know how many games we want to do here, but let's just grab a good chunk of games and see what he did. You can see the scoring definitely picked up. Oh, we're slow loading, people. My bad, but I think just kind of projecting this math out in my head, we might be equaling that low 30s. Oh, no. I shouldn't have doubted it. So, yeah, the last 20 games played last year, he was 38.5% from three, 11 points a game, 44-ish% from the field, just a tick under 44% from the field, 79% from the free throw line. His free throw went down a little bit, but 11 points a game in those last 20 games. Started 8 games. And it looks like he started the last, 6 games here? So the last 6 games he started, he was 39% from the three. Almost 15 points a game. So the form was starting to pick up there a little bit. I'm in, man. Let's see Branham do some stuff this year. This Spurs team, the hype's only going to continue to build. If you think we are excited about Anthony Richardson and, you know, getting hyped up on a guy that completes 9 passes and 40% of his throws, like, wait till we actually start watching some guys that we like that actually start putting up some numbers. I don't know what'll happen then. You know, Sam's got a good level head about him. And plus, he's really only got, like, the one true you know, the Chiefs. You know, Iowa. And like we said, he has all these mistress teams. Iowa, Kansas, the Celtics. I guess Chelsea is probably a mainstay team. But he's able to keep a level of non-bias. Spurs, Rockets, Thursday? How many preseason games do we play? Shorten the NBA preseason. Jeez. Do we need a month of preseason basketball? What do we get, 7 games? I feel like that would be probably a good number. So I guess I don't know if they're already at that or not. But Zach Collins, trying to prove us wrong. Picking up a little hook shot there. Oh, Steven Castle getting beat by Jaime Jaquez on the drive. So I guess that's why he was helping out Chris Paul earlier. Because Chris Paul probably switched on to his man. And Castle had gotten beat. Okay, you see him kind of floating around to the three-point line. They're really working through Zach Collins, which is just going to be a thing that might have to change at some point in the season. The Zach Collins element of this roster is an interesting dynamic. He is, you know, a guy that is in theory, you know, he's not Chet, but he can be a little Chet-ish in that there's some sneaky, and you know, Chet's not sneaky defense, but there's some defense upside with him. And then he's going to give you some secondary offense, but, you know, he fouls too much and doesn't hit enough shots. So it is what it is. But it does seem like he is always a little bit of focal point when he's out there. This would be Brandon Castle time. Trey Jones missing the layup. They got him the foul, though. And wait, did they take Castle out? Did they take him out in closing time? Closing time! Oh, IT, can we not sing? No, there he is. And with that free throw, the Spurs have grabbed the lead. Is that the first lead of the game? The first lead of our preseason game against the Heat. Do they have the little score chart? The NBA app used to have like a score chart. That was great. What happened to the good old days? Maybe it's on the website. Wesley as well, too, hanging out on the roster. A young guy waiting for a role. But who would have guessed that, you know, of the two, Branham, the Ohio State guy, would be the one that we would have stock in. And stay tuned, people. You may have thought that we had forgotten about our potential unpromised guest. The countdown has only begun. Just wait. Things are in the works. Moves are being made. Cards are being shuffled. Limos are being called. Helicopters are being summoned. Rooms are being prepared. Microphones set up. Just hold your horses and stay tuned. We will have somebody joining us shortly. But it's going to have to be for this next game. Let's see who we got up on the schedule next. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Warriors-Lakers. Do we got Bronny up next? Stephen Bronny. And the Raptors, wow, a nail-biter. Winning by 1 versus the Celtics. Scotty Barnes finished 5 for 9 from 3, so he didn't take another three-pointer after we stopped watching. So I think we are, as of now, the Scotty Barnes good luck charm. He was 5 for 5 when we were watching tonight. Caleb Martin, 0 for 1. 1 for 1 if we're talking air balls. Or no, Caleb Martin's not on this team anymore. I'm blanked out. I'm looking at number 16. Who's 16 on the Heat? It's a new season, people. It's preseason. We're warming up. We haven't done our who he play for yet. We need to figure out who's on all these rosters. Who's in the game for the Heat right now? We don't even know. Is that Drew Smith? No, Drew Smith's number 12. Looks like a... I don't know who that is. Tough. Shout out, though. Taking the Caleb Martin jersey. Probably the Caleb Martin locker as well, too. Oh, Johnson? Some Johnson? Do we get an initial? K. Johnson? We're one step closer, people. We're going to figure it out. Keshad Johnson, undrafted out of Arizona. Shout out our boy, Keshad Johnson. Number 16 on the Miami Heat. Not Caleb Martin. Caleb Martin is on the... Who he play for, chat? He's on the Sixers, right? I'm asking you. No, Caleb Martin, we got it, right? Because the Sixers, didn't they win the offseason in the GM survey? Or did OKC win the offseason? Signed a 4-year, $35 million contract, $8 million a year. Get the bag, Caleb Martin. Miami couldn't afford $8 million a year. The Drew Smith and Keshad Johnson contracts don't equal one Caleb Martin contract. I guess they signed him using cap space versus, exceptions and all that. Plus with, bird rights and stuff, don't you have to give guys raises every year? You get priced out of buying your own guys. It's just what it is. Jovic is off the court in a crunch time game in the fourth quarter. I mean, I know the man is putting up big time performances in the Olympics, but you think you could get him the ball here a little bit, some at the end of game reps? Just, it's not even about like, oh, let's see what he is. It's just, let's have him run some, let's. We'll be back in just a second. Don't worry. Hold tight. We've unplugged our mic. Back-to-back streams. Is it back now? 3, 2, 1. Hello? There we are. I think we're back in. Okay. Back-to-back weeks. The mic is undone. But back-to-back weeks, we fixed it. And back-to-back weeks, the show goes on. And for the first time, we have a close game. Whoa! Who's number 7 for the Heat? Is that Josh Richardson? Who is that? Somebody's whirling in Durban? Sorry, it's a small screen broadcast, people. Steven Castle for the 3. I like the confidence in the shot. Unfortunately, it didn't go in. Mamushvili? I mean, the Spurs might be the deepest team in the league. Between Chris Paul, Harrison Barnes, and Mamushvili. Confidently going to knock down these free throws. No issue. The clean arm sleeve. Do we need to do an arm sleeve rankings for the NBA? Is JJ Redick the only coach right now with an arm sleeve? Coming up next, the only coach in the NBA with an arm sleeve will be coaching in a preseason game right after Spurs Heat. Okay, is that Jovic in there? Who's number 9? Larson, the new draft pick. Wasn't Jovic number 9 before? Or am I tripping? Why would Jovic change his number? You're going to give Larson these fourth quarter reps and not Jovic? What a waste. Oh, no, Jovic is number 5. Okay. We're way off. We're not loose yet, people. Oh, is number 7 where? Is that the rookie? I literally can't see the names on the jerseys, so. I like the way he's moving around, though. Like we said, he was flying in earlier with that spin. That was a nice spin. Really nice job of collecting himself on the finish. Pause. Always good to gather your thoughts on the finish. Larson, though, quick off the dribble. He gets into the lane. He sprays it out. You love to see it. Ware active on the glass. Maybe it's not Asia Wilson that's making Bam compete. Maybe it's Khalil Ware in practice is good competition. And that's all we mean. Of course, Heat culture, though. Going to get the best out of the players. Going to maximize their guys. 3 minutes left. Miami back up by 4. Unfortunately, it was false hope earlier. It does seem like the Spurs will drop yet another preseason game. But they've got Castle and Branham in there at the backcourt at the same time. And Branham is the one taking the ball up and initiating. So Castle off the ball. I could see Branham being a backup, you know, not pure point guard, but backup ball handler for sure versus more of a backup 2 guard. That could be fun. Castle with the nasty closeout. It doesn't matter. Larson with the shot in his face. I mean, he looks a little like Jovic, too. I feel like I'm watching Jovic. Oh, Castle taking it strong to the basket on Jovic. Wait a second. No, it's Larson. Hopefully they assign the foul to the right player. I feel like one of them's got to go with a double-digit number and one of them's got to go with a single digit. They both can't be single digits. Too confusing. Also, Miami, a lot of single digits right now on the court. Easy makes for our guy Castle. Love to see it. The form looks good. Looks confident. And Bassey's still getting minutes. Our guy Charles Bassey, we won't give up. We want to see him play. Is that why we're talking about Zach Collins the way we are? Shout out to everybody on the Spurs. We love it. We don't want to see anybody go. Charles Bassey with the big slush. Big slam. I don't know why we said slush, but. And we weren't thinking about Charles Bassey either. The man's no slush. He's in good shape. Lean. Strong. Our boy Kashad Johnson, though, not only is he taking Kate Martin's number, he's taking his three-pointers, taking his role, hustling kind of the same way. I feel like they've, again, Heat culture replaced him, cloned him, and found a guy. I bet he's cheaper than Caleb Martin was making as well. They're like, we found a guy. He's making Caitlin Clark money. And you love to see Castle's aggressiveness, too, getting to the rim. I mean, that's going to be another thing that you can really count on. And, you know, maybe the regular season's different when you're playing against real guys and, you know, a different whistle. But, and your status as well is a little different. You know, we got bench guys here at the end of a game. It's preseason. I mean, Castle might be the most famous guy on the court right now. But, you know, if the shot's not going, if you're having trouble finding your offense, the handle looks smooth. That behind the back was crisp. He's really dribbling around, no issue. Unfortunately, he got double teamed and threw it away there. But again, the actual handle itself, he's fluid. It looks good. And that, if a guy can, I mean, it's not the most complicated move, but that full in motion wrap around behind the back, because, you know, you can do the I'm running, but I'll do the stop and kind of go behind the legs. But if you can do that running and then that wrap around and throw it a little bit, he just pulled that off pretty smooth. I was going to say that's not a move that a lot of bad ball handlers do, but it is one of those moves. If you've never done it before, you can just like throw it behind there and then run after it and kind of keep dribbling. And some guys are crazy enough to make it work. But with the way he played at UConn, I thought it was a lot of stop and go and straight line stuff. But he's really navigating the space here in the NBA. Branham looks good working the mid-range there. Cut it to 6 with 50 seconds. Will there be a comeback? Castle with the steal. Branham's going to get the lay-in. They're going to cut it to 4 with 38 seconds. Whoa, a miracle. The Miami Miracle in preseason. Will it happen? They tried to get the offensive foul on the inbound. They're not going to foul yet. They're going to try to force a turnover. It's Ware in the corner for 3. An air ball. Oh, it was so bad they gave up the offensive rebound. That's killer. Castle, can he get a steal here? He can get a stop. That's good enough. 12 seconds. They need a quick shot. Wesley. This is a big 3 for Branham. He got it. You love to see the clutchness. You love to see the clutchness. Even if it doesn't mean anything, there's 3 seconds left. They're down by 1 point. They may get free throws here, and it may not ultimately matter, but stepping up and hitting a big shot, you love to see it. Branham, this is, again, a deep team. You know, Harrison Barnes, these veterans, it's going to be, they're going to have to earn their minutes. It's the deepest 10 seed of all time, people. Pause. Larson hits the first free throw. It's still only a one-possession game if he makes this, which he does. 3 seconds left. Wesley, you know he wants this one. He's going to take it. Yeah, it's no good. But the Spurs fighting till the end. 117 to 120. Unfortunately, the defense is in not much of a better place than it was last year. But Wemby looked good. Chris Paul looked good. Branham and Castle giving you some stuff at the end. And like we said, the shot making, the guys are loose right now. The league is fun. People are having a good time. So we are mere moments away from being joined by a special. We just fired up some videos. Are we going to get taken down on the copyright? Sorry, people. I don't know if that got through the speakers or not. But 120 to 117 is the final score. I think the points that we were reading earlier didn't change too much because I don't think those guys played a ton more after that. But here, just to go through this Raptors-Celtics one more time, see if we missed anything. Horford, minus 29 on the plus minus. 1 for 6. It's early in the season. This is not Horford's time to shine. They need him for later. Derek White taking his opportunity to be a #1 team. Oh, we got a Thunder Nuggets matchup. We're dropping the ball, people. Now we are actually getting distracted without Wembanyama on the court. Wembanyama is non-biased because Wembanyama, when we watch Stephen Castle over the potential #1 seed in the Western Conference, then we are being biased. Jalen Williams and Chet. Shea is out there. I'm assuming no Jokic tonight for Denver. No Murray as well either. So they will have to rely on Michael Porter. Christian Braun. Trey Alexander. They're hanging in there. Who would have thought we would be in for such a competitive preseason? But all of these games are close. Michael Porter's in a headband now. He's crossing guys over. Not quite. Christian Braun hustling. So here we go. The Hartenstein minutes for the Thunder. Did they just sub him out? No, they took Case and Wallace out for Dort. And we'll see if we get Caruso as well tonight. But Hartenstein's going to be... Hartenstein was the weakness in the roster that they went out and addressed. Caruso is extra depth. Caruso's nice to have. Caruso is, you know, an unbelievable title piece, rotational piece. But if you had to pick one or the other, they would have probably have picked Hartenstein. And you can see him early, diving to the basket, getting in there, the size with the and one, laughing and just hugging Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. It's all joy and good times. And he was wide open as well, too. I mean, Shea, just the double teams and the amount of panic that he's going to cause and people switching out onto him and collapsing. And the gravity that he's going to draw from the defense. Hartenstein is going to be wide open under the basket. Strother as well, too. This is another G League team, man, that I really like. A Strother, Peyton Watson, Zeke Naji, Aaron Gordon. I'm in on this lineup. Let's go. Preseason? This is more fun than regular season. Hartenstein attacking off the dribble as well, too. I mean, if he can do that, where obviously you need him to, he's going to dribble handoff, and Shea's going to get it, and he's going to get doubled, and Shea's going to pass. Wide open roll for our guy Hartenstein. But when it's those moments where, wait a second, the defense is going to let me turn the corner, and I can just go wide open to the basket, and he's actually capable of doing that, bruh, that's going to be tough to stop for these other teams in the Western Conference. Do we not have a game cast for this one? Oh, here we go. Perfect. Okay. And I guess I don't know if Peyton Watson is out there. There's no sign of Peyton Watson as of yet. Again, a mostly healthy Thunder core, though. Or I guess we should say mostly active Thunder core. And our apologies, people. We're trying to book a guest live, so we're working on that in the background as well. But still watching the games. Dort driving to the basket. And they've got Strother bringing the ball up as well. They honestly don't have a true backup point guard. And maybe... Here, let me get the... Did I just send that live on the stream, people? Did I just spoil our guest? Are we going to have to go edit the stream out now? IT's going to be mad at me. It is what it is. We're 2.5 hours in. We'll just have to watch it and see what happens. It's a learning experience about opening tabs and sending emails. Gordon misses the 3. Nuggets down 1. Chat, can you go back in and edit a YouTube video? I don't think you can. I think we can take it down and repost it, though. Throw a blur on it next time, IT? We'll figure it out. This will be the one stream. Nobody's allowed to watch the stream. We accidentally gave away some some information that we shouldn't have. It's just what it is. And as the second half, or the first half, sorry, winds down here too in this Thunder versus Nuggets matchup, I don't know how much longer we will get the Thunder starting unit for. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is at the free throw line. Trying to extend this lead. So, I don't know. Are Thunder fans feeling good or bad about the fact that Jokic is not in tonight? Yes, the Thunder are winning. but winning by 2 with 2 minutes left. And oh man, the ESPN is way ahead of this stream. League Pass needs to catch up. Is our League Pass behind? Chet on the lob. Oh man, look at this chat. Here we go. Stay tuned, people. We've got the other half of the Rem and Sam pod jumping on in a second. Will he make it before halftime of Thunder Nuggets? 90 seconds left. Thunder up by 1. And let's go ahead and take this time to, to whip around the rest of the league. Scott Hansen, look out. What else do we got going on tonight? Pelicans versus Rockets. No Zion in this game, but DeJounte Murray now. Zion excited to play with his first real point guard. And for the Rockets, it looks like we basically got everybody. Amen Thompson off the bench as well. Their bench is Steven Adams, Amen Thompson, Reed Shepherd, and Cam Whitmore. And their starting lineup is Dylan Brooks, Jabari Smith, Sven Goon, Jalen Green, and Van Fleet. I might like their bench more than their starting lineup. Up by 10 right now versus the Pelicans. Let's check it out. Is Thompson in the game? Thompson and Reed Shepherd? And Cam Whitmore? Can you play these guys together? I guess it's preseason. If there is a time to do it, it's preseason. Cam Whitmore at the free throw line. I think we were given false information about who was in the game at the time, but we do know Cam Whitmore. We did get that one correct. But how long do we have to wait before Amen Thompson just goes into that lineup over Dylan Brooks? Is Sam asking? Sam asked us a question, chat. Will the Spurs get more wins than the Pels this season? It depends, obviously, if Zion stays healthy, but you know I'm going to say yes. DeJounte Murray, will he wish he was traded to the Spurs? Will he wish he would have rather have played with Wemby over Zion? Should he have never requested a trade? Wemby will win more games than DeJounte Murray. That is a fact. There's actually more timelines in existence where the Spurs win more games than the Pelicans. And there's only like 2 timelines out there where the Pelicans win more games than the Spurs. The Pelicans will make the playoffs if they expand it to 11 seeds. Is that Elfrid Payton? Oh, yeah, the Spurs are locked. Lock it in, baby. Cam Whitmore bullying through this team. I mean, one of us has Malachi Branham and the other one has Elfrid Payton. And of course, Udoka has to have a holiday. I guess Udoka didn't coach Drew Holiday, but I mean, it definitely felt like a move he would have made. Definitely was probably just like jealous of Missoula. Let's go get Aaron Holiday. This is closing time for Cam Whitmore right here. They're up by 12, but It's Cam Whitmore putting the game away. What do we have for a stat line from our guy? The Thunder continue to pull away as we near halftime. Will they close out the Jokic-less Thunder? They better. Oh, Hawkins with 20 points tonight. Our boy Jordan Hawkins. We'll get it out. Jalen Green, though, as well. Oh, they don't have... Oh, here's the game flow. Is this what we were talking about earlier? No, that's just win probability. They used to have like a lead, a margin chart, score margin chart, and you could kind of see where it goes. But we were looking for Cam Whitmore stats. 10 points, 4 from 11 for the field, 0 for 3. Whitmore, buddy. What's going on? Obviously, it doesn't matter. 4 for 11 is... Our guy is taking matters into his own hands, but he will clean that up. The more shots he takes, the better he'll get. It's all part of the plan. There's only 200 people in attendance tonight. He probably just brought his whole family to sell out the rest of the crowd and then just be like, well, I've got to take all these shots. All these people in attendance. I know these people. Is Elfrid Payton going to be on the Pelicans during the season? Are there still roster cuts to be made? What is happening? I feel like there was an Elfrid Payton moment recently, but not too recently that I feel like he's going to be a major contributor, but, you know, could be an interesting guy there hanging around. Is that your veteran presence, Elfrid Payton? Make it 4 for 12 for Cam Whitmore. Make it 5 for 13. He got the offensive rebound. Putting it right back up. The fact that they're up by so much, he's like, yep, this is my time. Will he call for it? Okay, improvement from our guy, Cam Whitmore. He didn't shoot it that time, and not only did he not shoot it, he didn't call for the pass either. Just hanging out. On the three-point line. Waiting his turn. .44 seconds left. This game is over. The Rockets extended to 20. So we're a bad luck charm for the Pelicans. But we're a good luck charm for Scotty Barnes. Okay, we're underway. Lakers, Warriors in LA. Is Sam live from the game? Is that why he's calling in? Bronny James, is he active? I mean, it's crazy. People are going to be tuning in to watch Bronny. I mean, Lakers Arena is sold out. Reeves starts off at the free throw line. Bronny James not in the starting lineup, unfortunately. If D'Angelo Russell keeps up with this blonde man bun thing, though, they might have to sub him out just for that. It's actually not bad. I kind of like it. But would it be impossible for Bronny James to beat out D'Angelo Russell at some point for the starting job? Coming up next with Sam, we'll find out. Should we go live to that game? Should we go live to that game instead of pulling up personal information again? IT, can we cut that out? We'll have to look into that. It's live. It's what you do. You make your mistakes now. Okay, Old Man James is in. I guess you got to play him. His son's on the team, so, you know, you got to keep his son happy. Oh, missing the dunk. Is he washed or is he nervous? How many games will we have to wait to find out? The Warriors, for starters, we've got Jackson Davis, Wiggins, and Kuminga in the front court, and then Steph and who else in the backcourt? We got Pods as the other starter. Who else we got? We got Draymond. So we got Draymond, Jackson Davis, Kuminga, and Wiggins. So we're running a big lineup around Steph. That's not bad. I kind of like that. Oh, I guess we could have just read it right there. Perfect. Look at the screen, people. Sometimes it helps. That's why we have it up. And stay tuned, people. Sam will be on. Don't forget. He will be joining us any minute. Trace Jackson Davis boxing out LeBron in a preseason game. I think he's just taking advantage. Oh, Curry right away. No looker. Steph is going to put on a show. What happens when Riley Curry gets old enough? Do we have to Bronny James Riley Curry too? Is that why they're putting a WNBA team in the Bay? For when Riley Curry gets old enough to play ball? And then Steph can nepotism her onto the Valkyrie? Oh, Steph, he looked back that time. The great thing about Steph's lookaways is he actually doesn't, he actually looks away. He doesn't look back. Like, he fully commits. In the crowd's reaction, I mean, you know if it goes in. But he looked back. It's preseason. Maybe he's just, you know, dialing it in. Making sure it's all good to go. The Lakers foul happy to start. I feel like this is where the Warriors are ending a lot of their possessions. Is this neutral site? This is what is this game doing in Vegas? Wait a second. T-Mobile Arena? Is this Summer League? What's going on? Oh, Davis playing like it's Summer League. Shanked it off the rim. Man, Bronny is so popular they had to showcase him in Vegas. Unbelievable. Oh, they're going to need him to be a pest on defense. Curry is lighting up to start. That three rimmed out. They got lucky. It should have gone in. Bron's a bully. He's aggressive. He's dunking a lot. Maybe the relationship motivation is the best kind of motivation. And maybe we have to extend that to more than just like the, you know, the other kind of relationship. Because, I mean, granted, LeBron is going to be motivated by a father-son relationship this year. And he's going to want to, he's not just going to, now that he's in a position to where he's playing with his son, he's not just going to want to play with his son. He's going to want to continue to be as successful as he's been. And give himself an opportunity, give his son an opportunity to be successful, but he's going to want to have a chance for this era to be rememberable for more than just his relationship with his kid and just the fact that they played together. Like, maybe they actually had some success on the court, and especially with this up and downness of this Lakers run as well too. I get the bubbles. I mean, to have some success on the court in front of the Lakers fans, I mean, it's just another added motivation to it, where to actually bring something to LA. And I don't even know what they would bring at this point, because I don't, I mean, championship is going to be I don't even know if it's delusional. Definitely like the drugged up version of fan expectations, but they do have a championship. But to bring a moment, to bring more continued basketball excitement and basketball greatness to the city of LA with his son and make it a memorable moment and something to capitalize on, could actually be. I think he wants this period to, again, just be remembered for that as well too. So he's going to be motivated to play as well. So relationship motivation is pretty legit. But let's take a quick break, because make no mistake, people, Sam is here. Sam is ready to go. So let's bring him in. We'll be right back. Oh, nice. Thank goodness you're here, bro. Now I can get into these snacks. We got it on the right one, people. IT's a mess, but we're back. We're in the right scene. And we got a friend. Sam is here, the Rem and Sam podcast on a Tuesday. Let's go.
On a Tuesday. I'm not almost ever here, but cards fell where they may, and here we are. Here we are looking at preseason games. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not much of a preseason watcher, but it just feels like the NBA has a lot of preseason games. We got LeBron talking
Hmm.
about flying places and stuff. So I don't know. We gotta tap in.
How many preseason games do they play? Do you know? Because we were saying that earlier. It
Yeah,
feels
I was
like
about
they
to
play
look.
a little too much.
Yeah, no, it does feel a little too much. It's like, what are we doing? Because at least with NFL, like it's every week, one a week, like for each team. So like now it used to be four, now it's three. Um, but yeah, for basketball, it's kind of crazy.
Because I feel like, well, I guess the NBA does start next week, but they were saying the Spurs have games on Thursday as well too. So I'm trying to see here how many games they play. The NBA has a 73 game preseason schedule. Oh, it doesn't say. But are you watching any games specifically? Did anything catch your eye? Are you watching Bronny? Is that why you're tuned in?
No,
Warriors
I mean I
Lakers?
can tap in. I haven't watched any so far, but
No.
no, I've seen you watching some, so I was like, all right.
Yeah.
But I know you already covered it. But yeah, what were your thoughts on the Jets just getting Davante Adams? I mean, I don't know how much it'll actually help them. I mean, it's kind of stupid that they got rid of Robert Saleh because of the offense, but yeah, I don't know.
That's kind of where we landed as well too. I was like, I think I do actually like after talking it out a little bit, it actually is kind of a decent trade because I'm still in on Adams and they didn't really give up that much and there is going to be ways
Yeah.
to work around the contract, but you're I don't really know how this fixes what they needed because I didn't think skill position was a weakness for this team. I thought, Garrett Wilson's a great receiver. Brees Hall played well Monday night. And Lazard, I think, has been above average in that spot. He had that amazing Hail Mary catch at the end of the first half in this Monday night game. So they got a great player at a great value. But for me, I think Rodgers is still the biggest question mark. And do you see
Yeah.
this move making Rodgers better? Because I guess to me, that's the biggest question.
No, you're right. That is the biggest question. And yes, I mean, I do think it'll make Rodgers better.
Okay.
But like, will it raise them to a Super Bowl level? I mean, I do think there is a chance it could push this team to be the best in their division. I mean, they did only lose to the Bills by three. I mean, yes, there's a whole lot of different, things going on in that game, but especially if Tua's not coming back anytime soon, you know, the Patriots, Drake May, he's like you mentioned on Friday, he had some moments or he had some highlights here and there, but like they're not serious contenders. So, I mean, I think they could definitely win their division, maybe even a playoff game, but
Mm.
I don't know. I don't know if we're talking about them like better than the Chiefs or the Ravens or, is there any serious contenders?
But you would say that this move has raised the ceiling of the team for them because I don't you wouldn't have had the team winning a playoff game before this trade with the way they played so far.
Yeah, I would have definitely had a lot more question marks on to like how they really see them making a Super Bowl or making a serious push because they're obviously putting all their chips in the middle. Like this is not a long-term deal. This almost feels like a Rams deal, like not done, not like all in 1 year, all your eggs in 1 year, but definitely the next 2 or 3 years with the age of Aaron Rodgers and now you bring a veteran guy as well. It is nice. I mean, the Jets. I mean, it is only a conditional third pick. So like shout out to them. It is a
Yeah.
little bit higher, but only one pick. That's pretty nice for a wide receiver who's still really good.
And
So
honestly, if it was just a straight up second, I personally wouldn't have been too bothered by it. I get some people would have, but
yeah,
I think it would have been fine. So yeah, third's great.
yeah. So no, that's huge. That's huge for them. So I don't, considering they were not, it's not like the Bills blew them out. So they're like, one or two plays away from beating the Bills. The only other team that's serious contender in the division. And, unlike other sports with the NFL, like the NBA and other stuff, winning your division is like, it's just so huge. And so, especially with Garrett Wilson getting that huge hit in the game, Who knows if he's 100% still, and wear and tear throughout the season. Just having Adams as a bit of like the release valve for this team and having that connection with him and Rodgers, it just means so much, and it's really going to raise their level.
But you're not more scared as a Chiefs fan of this Jets team at the end of the day.
I am more scared. I am more
scared.
I'm a little more scared. I mean,
Okay.
you got Adams on a team where the quarterback can actually get the ball to him. I mean, I'm not worried about him until we face him in the playoffs, but it just opens up so much for everyone else because like Adams, I think like Adams is really, really good. Like he's really, really good. And
yeah,
having a quarterback who has that you already have that connection with, like I don't know. I think it is a huge move. I mean, I know like, Instagram and all of them are making fun of the Jets and oh, you're not going to win anything, but they went toe to toe with a really good team in the Bills. Like I mean, if we look at their season so far, I don't know if they've really had a horrible loss. I mean, they had one touchdown loss against.
Well, in terms of score,
I guess against the Broncos. I guess Broncos was the main one.
That was bad in terms of circumstance, but yeah, they didn't get blown out, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I would say Broncos, but the Vikings have been hot this year. They beat the Patriots pretty badly, and then I guess the 49ers first game of the season. He's getting used to it, but yeah, I would say, I mean, if the Broncos loss scares you that much from this team, like I'm not gonna say you're wrong, but I do think that Adams is just going to raise the level of this team enough to, I think, win the division. That's my hot take. I think I wouldn't be surprised if they win the division.
Rodgers was potentially pointing fingers a little bit to guys like Mike Williams, saying, did Mike Williams run the wrong route? Did that cause the interception in this game? So you put Adams in the Williams spot. Like, is he running the wrong route? Is there the interception? Do they get the win? Whatever. But I think it just seems like Rodgers is making plays in the second half and in the big moments of these games where, and this even goes back to him at the Packers, where I remember in that week 17, they're trying to make the playoffs. The Lions can't, this was a couple seasons ago before the Lions were contenders, right before they broke out. The Lions didn't have a chance to make the playoffs. They were eliminated. They were only playing to eliminate the Packers, and they still showed up that week, balled out, beat the Packers, and Rodgers threw picks at the end of that game that ultimately cost him a playoff spot. It just feels like there's a little bit of a history with Rodgers making some mistakes in big moments where I don't know if Adams fixes that. Now, Adams is a guy where you can, throw the screens to him. He's just a great route runner. He's going to get you great separations. Like, you can manufacture easy passes for Adams, but I still do have issues with Rodgers now trying to trust him in big moments where I need to see a couple weeks of him now being good at the end of games, because the track record of him is they're not winning these close games. Like you're pointing out, they're not getting blown out, but he's not able to capitalize and win these close games. And I get the Broncos game as well too. They missed the field goal at the end of the game. Maybe he puts him in position to win that game, but I need to see him in a big moment actually get out there and solidify a win and start stringing together some stuff.
Yeah, and I would say with this team, I mean, you look at that interception, like that was a good throw. It's just Mike Williams literally slipped, and even with him on the ground, he almost caught it. So like that was a really close play. I don't really see. I mean, obviously the Broncos game is where you could point to serious regression, but enough to be like, oh, Rodgers is washed. And so that's why, I mean.
No, and I'm not saying washed by any means. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if I don't trust him as like a top 5, top 10 quarterback in the league. To me, he's more in the middle than he is on the higher end.
Yeah, no, I do think he's in the middle, but on a team where Mike Williams might be your third wide receiver, I mean, that's a lot of talent. You have Breece Hall behind you. That defense, that's still a decent defense. Kept him in the game. Kept him in so far all these games. It's definitely a fiery defense. But I don't know. Have you seen the graphic where they've scored the same exact number of points with and without Zach Wilson, and then last year they were 500 at this point, and this year they're down to win. I don't know. Those are ones really where you look at it and you're like, what are we talking here? Like, I don't know. I don't know how to
It,
argue against that.
and it's tough because it's like, the pace of all of those games. What do those games look like? Like, how are they scoring the
Yeah,
points?
exactly.
How many points do they need to score? But I mean, that's just a very simple metric to go. You want to bring in Rodgers to upgrade the offense over Zach Wilson, and objectively, like, he's just not scoring as many points. Like, it's just not as better. And do you know if that stat was offensive points or like total points? Because was it
I
like
think it was
factoring in?
total.
So yeah, you guess I don't know how
Yeah.
defense and special teams factored into the Zach Wilson run
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
compared to this run, but still, that's kind of a shame on Rodgers for that. But like, I don't know, like, how much? What's the difference between like Rodgers and Flacco at this point? Like, is it miles of
Mm.
separation?
No, I don't think it's miles, but there is a decent amount of difference distance. I don't I don't know. It definitely feels more and more like Peyton Manning in that last season with the Broncos, last couple seasons with the Broncos. Like, mind you, they made it to the Super Bowl.
They
You
won the
give
Super
them the
Bowl.
options. Yeah, they won the Super Bowl, made it to the next one. So with the right pieces around him and, with the right stuff around him, or even, Tom Brady, that Super Bowl, he can go and win it. He can definitely go. And it's similar situations with all three of them where it's older, pocket passers who used to have that, who used to be able to run and get some yards with their legs, but now are stuck to the pocket. And so, like teams like, some days it'll look really, really bad, like it will maybe next week against the Steelers. If the pass rush is getting to the quarterback, it's going to look really bad. But some days it's going to look great because their accuracy hasn't gone down. Really, their throw power really hasn't. They're fine. It's just their mobility, being able to get away from pressure, being able to stand in the pocket. That's what's really going to get them. And so that's why you can have them be toe to toe with the Bills, who may have a weaker pass rush, but they're still able to move the ball, and then have a day like against the Broncos, a defense that one of the better defenses in the league that can really get to them.
Where do you think he's at right now for passing yards in the league?
He's probably like, I don't know,
He
like
is in the top 10.
10,
Yeah, he's
top
number
10.
10.
Okay, like is he seventh?
No, yeah, he's number 10. You got it right the first
Oh,
time.
he's number 10. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
He's right behind Jaden Daniels. But like, Baker Mayfield is, the 8th in passing yards. Like, how much
Hmm.
better is, like, what's the difference between Rodgers and Baker right now?
Yeah.
Like, who would you rather
Oh,
have?
Rodgers I'd still take Rodgers, but like maybe next year I'd take Baker. I just want to see 1 year of Rodgers with Adams. Like I want to see at least a little bit. I don't think we can quite throw that out.
No, yeah, you're right. Maybe I need to give it a little bit more of a chance. But also, going back to that Manning analogy, like, that defense obviously was one of the most historic defenses of all time, and this Jets defense just has not been that. And while the offense might be a step up from last year, again, the reason that they were able to get away with scoring such a low point total was with how elite that defense was. And it's still been good, but I don't know
Yeah.
if it's been quite as stout as it needs to be. So maybe that's just the play-to-play consistency of some of the elite players. But I guess, do you trust the defense to be an elite defense like that as well too throughout the season?
I do. I think they've had the talent. We've seen this defense be this good for several years. And so unless like they just have a string of injuries, I don't really see a reason for that to change. Yeah, I mean, I think they really have a chance to be the best team in their division, like I already mentioned. But it's similar situation. It reminds me of like the NFC North, where they lose the quarterback and combo that's been dominating that um, division for so long. When you look at like the NFC North, where you had the Packers with Rodgers and Prime and stuff, and Tom Brady with the AFC, that side, and now it's kind of a free for all. Now everyone can kind of go in and do their thing, and maybe there was a chance there where you're thinking maybe the reins will just get passed on to Josh Allen, and then they don't make the playoffs even last year. So it's gonna be. I think it is. There's definitely a lot of mayhem. There's a lot of mayhem going on, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, and they weren't the only team. I mean, but on the other side, they weren't the only team in the division to make a big move at wide receiver. With the Bills getting Amari Cooper. I mean, does that really move the needle? That's my question to you. Do you think that which one moves the needle more for the division as a whole?
I think you've talked me into it. I think I guess in terms of, I guess I don't know what you talked me into, but I do think that the Adams move is more of a needle mover, but I still like the Bills for that division at this point because I mean, I think they're already a better team, and I think they were already playing better, and I think Amari Cooper he is an upgrade. Like, he does make them a little bit of a better team. So while the Adams move is a better move, I think you're right about the defense too, because it is like, Sauce Gardner's been a little off this year. Quinn Williams has been a little off this year. So it's like, those are star players. They're going to get back to playing great football at some point. And it's just like, again, even game to game, like, can they step up in big moments in certain games and make big plays? Like, yeah, we would absolutely trust those stars too. So are you saying, like, in the AFC now, would you put it like Chiefs, Ravens, Jets? Like, for your, worried power rankings?
I'd still have the Texans over them.
Oh, the Texans. Yeah, how can I forget the Texans? Yeah.
Yeah, I put the Texans over them. What
about the Chargers?
That's close. That's close.
So that's kind of the next tier, Jets, Chargers.
Yeah.
So you go Ravens, Texans is tier 1, Jets, Chargers is tier 2.
Yeah, I think I'd put them in tier 2 contender. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if I had a gun to my head, I would choose the Bills to win the division. But I think getting what's his face? Getting Adams gives them a chance. Yeah. I think before the trade, there was no shot they were gonna win.
Yeah.
But now they have a chance to actually win the division. I wouldn't say it's a lock. Go put your parlays down and stuff. But all you need in this league is a chance. And it's especially with older guys, like you don't really have time to mess around and be like, oh, maybe we can wait next year again in the draft. Like there isn't a next year. He's already the oldest player in the league. You just gotta go and you gotta put all your chips on the table and hope and pray. So it's yeah, it's reached that point with the Lakers, or not the Lakers. I'm watching the Lakers right now. It's reached that point with the Jets, and yeah.
What if there was another move that they could have made, though? Like, if they only could make one big trade this offseason for a big player, would Adams be the number one guy on your list? Like, what if, I'm trying to go through the teams here and like think of a guy, but like if the Giants wanted to sell off one of their defensive, I guess you'd have to pay quite a big, you couldn't just give up a 3rd round pick for Dexter Lawrence, but if there was like a defensive lineman that they could have gotten for a 3rd round pick or some secondary help, like, is Adams still like the best version of a in-season move that they could have made for this team?
Well, there is a defender that they need to get on their team, and he's busy holding out, and that's Hassan Reddick. So, they got stuff they got to figure out. They definitely have. Wait, what? Oh, I guess Davante Adams was at Aaron Rodgers' house after the trade. Shout out Pat McAfee for the on-spot journalism. But
are you seeing the clip of him popping into the interview?
Yeah. I just thought that was funny.
They said he was at the Jets facility 15 minutes after the trade went down.
Yeah, like they just call it, man. That's crazy.
Which is weird because wasn't New Orleans, like, did they not have a chance at all? Weren't they supposed to be in the mix?
Yeah, talk about
Baltimore?
I don't know. We have, what do they call it in the NBA, trade? What is it? I don't know what you call it. What did they get fined for? Where they try to get people to
Tampering?
team up? Tampering.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
trade
How is this
tampering.
not a tampering fine? What are the tampering rules in the NFL?
Like,
If
just a
this
little
is
bit.
not A plus, just like the most obvious tampering, I mean, he was literally in Rogers' house when the trade went down.
That's
He's just
crazy.
in the living room hanging out
That's
with the
crazy.
quarterback of the team he's not on yet.
So looking at the stats, the Jets have so far allowed the fewest yards this season. Average defensive yards per
Mmm.
season. They've allowed the fewest pass yards average per season. And I think let's see, and then they're tied for first for fewest pass touchdowns allowed this season. I think total touchdowns, they're a little bit, I think they might be tied for second there in that yeah, I don't think anyone's listed. Yeah, so tied for second in total touchdowns. And then so yeah, I mean their defense is, I mean, rushing defense are a little bit more middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, in terms of pass defense and just total defense, I mean the Jets are just one of the best they've shown through week 6 in the league. So I still, and I mean those are rough stats, but I mean we know the stars that are on that team. Um, that there are stars, there are playmakers on that team, and yeah, I think they're. I mean, obviously they feel like it's just the offense needs one or two plays, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see. One or two players, one or two more playmakers. Mike Williams is, you can leave the Chargers, but maybe the Chargers never leave you, It's I don't he's a good player, but it's just totally totally used to choking, I guess.
He's good in September, anyways, but unfortunately
Yeah, I
now
guess.
we're moving on to the rest of the season. But they're
Yeah.
12th right now overall in defensive DVOA, so kind of in the middle. But I mean, behind Seattle, which is I mean they've been kind of a sieve the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So why is this ranking off?
Um,
Wait a second, let me relook at this ranking real quick and double check and see.
oh
They're
yeah,
12.
pulling
Oh,
up
Seattle's
their
13th. Sorry. So, they're behind
yeah.
Tennessee still, New Orleans. Like, they could jump up over a couple teams. So, yeah, you're right. They're not far off from being still one of the best defenses in the
Now,
league.
and imagine if they have Hassan Riddick already joined this stack team. I mean, they got
Yeah.
Will McDonald, who's one of the best kept secrets in the league. Kinlaw, Quinnen Williams, and then you have Hassan Riddick join that line. I mean, that's four legit stars on your D line. C.J. Mosley as a linebacker, Sauce Gardner, shutdown corner. There's serious talent on this defense, and it's shown in the stats. And so if Rodgers, if that's what makes it click, then there you go. That. If you need just one more piece, I mean, for a third rounder as well, uh, that's how you get it done.
That run defense is going to be a problem, like you're saying, because the Bills exposed it in that Monday night game. They were running on them
Yeah.
all night. And, I mean, just look at the top of the AFC. Like, the Ravens, Derrick Henry, if you have to play them in the playoffs, yeah, they might be able to slow down Lamar, but the Ravens want to run the ball anyways. The Chiefs right
Exactly.
now and they've just shown the ability to morph and be a team that they need to be. So if they need to be a running team, they can be a running team. The Texans with Mixon, they kind of like to run the football a little bit, and the Bills as well too. Like, these teams all are starting to trend toward having a power run game be like a very dominant part of their offenses. So if that's, a weakness for the Jets team, it is going to be concerning, but you're right. There's a lot of talent to go around elsewhere. So they got Pittsburgh next week. That's going to be a tough one with the pass rush, but I mean, whoever is the quarterback on that Pittsburgh team,
Yeah.
if it's Fields or Wilson, you should be able to go, toe for toe points wise. It's going to be like a 20-point matchup either way. It's going to be 20-23 or something like that. So, Rodgers, like I said this earlier, but like that game should be in that's a winnable game that's in winnable game type territory. So they should be good to go for competing in that one. But yeah, I just need to see Rodgers be a little more mistake-free as well, too, before I buy confidence in them. But you definitely talked me into them as more of a AFC North contender. I wonder if you can get plus odds on them right now as well, too, to win the division.
Maybe.
Just what you're saying is, well, that if the defense gets better, I mean, they just have objectively more talent than the Buffalo defense. So I know the Buffalo defense is playing better, but is that going to keep up for the rest of the season? It wouldn't be necessarily like a shocking bet to bet on the Jets that way. So giving up only one asset as well, too, is pretty crazy. I mean, if you look at that Bills trade, the Bills gave up a third-round pick for Amari Cooper, and I feel like, Davante Adams is still way better than Amari Cooper, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, he is. He is for sure. And I don't know what people are expecting Amari Cooper to be great at. I don't know. I haven't been an Amari Cooper fan for a while. I just, I don't. I think he's. I don't trust it, but yeah, I don't know. Wait a minute, was Justin Fields benched?
Well, Wilson is back in the mix. They haven't made an official move, but he's back in consideration. At least I was seeing that today on the TVs at work. Obviously, the sound is off. Just read the headlines.
Wow, apparently he's likely to get benched. Are you serious? First in the division, I think I was seeing like 10 touchdowns, 1 interception. 4-2, 10 touchdowns, 1 interception, 1,338 yards. Like, what more do you need? What more do you need?
He's had a couple of mistakes that have been, called back from penalties. He's had some moments that have
but he's not perfect.
But I agree with you. I think they need to ride it out a little bit. I wouldn't make a move at this point, especially since they're winning.
And guess what? Like, the ceiling is fixed with Russell Wilson. Like, you know exactly what you're getting for him, probably something less. Like, Justin Fields, like, he could be a lot better. You don't know. You never know.
Well, yeah, and at the end of the day, is Wilson gonna put up better stats than that?
Yeah, exactly. Like, is he really gonna go 10-1? Yeah, because I don't think so.
And is he gonna give you just more overall offense, like more points per game? I don't know if he's gonna just give you a big boost that way. They are currently they are down a ways. They're number 22 right now in offensive DVOA.
Yeah.
Right above the Jets, number 23. But Houston 21, Dallas 20, Minnesota 19. So, there's some teams down here with some potential decent offenses. So that's not an end-all be-all for Fields. But I agree with you. I think they need to stick with Fields for now until it actually starts, being detrimental to the loss column. Because they still were, pretty dominant in that Raiders game, right? And I know, again, he had that interception it was not a good pick, but it got overturned from the penalty. But they still put up 36 in that game, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was 36-13. He's been under 60% completion each of the last 2 games. So that's not necessarily
Fields?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he's the perfect guy, but he's done all that he's been asked to do. And if anyone said that you're getting 10-1 and winning the division from Fields or either quarterback, I don't know why you would bench him in place of someone else,
And you're right, the 10 touchdowns, I mean, he had 2 on the ground last week, 2 against Indy, and then 1 against the Chargers. Wilson's just not going to he's not going to have 5 rushing touchdowns at this point in the season. It's going to give you that ground element.
Yeah, I don't know.
In the overall passing numbers, like you're saying, if, you kind of average it out for the season, he's 66% on the season. He's averaging 184 yards a game. So if you go back and look at what Russell Wilson did in Denver the last couple of seasons, he would have been at, and I guess let's just look at last season because the 2022 season was so bad that we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But he was also 66% completion percentage, 204 yards passing, But if you calculate the 20 yards difference, like for Fields' rush yards, and then, I mean, Wilson is at a touchdown a game versus the touchdown to turnover ratio is basically the same. So it's the same. You're absolutely right. It's this baseline, same production for both of them, and Fields' ceiling is higher. So there's really no reason to cap your ceiling with bringing in a guy like Wilson.
There's no reason. But we'll see. We'll see. You wait till a couple weeks, and then we see Russell Wilson play trash like we expect. And yeah, I don't know. Are you watching this Lakers game still?
It's on in the background right now. I haven't been paying attention though.
Yeah, okay.
I keep looking over to see Bronny, and they're not putting him in. So must be I don't know.
Kuminga trying to make a statement. I don't know. Dalton Connect. Are you a fan? I don't know. I loved him obviously in that March Madness run. Been trying to look for something great from him, but.
Yeah, 1 for 5 tonight from 3-pointers. He's taken all of his shots from 3.
I think he just tried to get a layup. I don't know, but Draymond.
Wait, did he draw the foul?
Fouled him. Yeah, I mean Draymond. There's no way he can. Yeah, he was blocking foul, benching him.
That's where Draymond's at in the league right now. That Dalton Connect is already getting the benefit of the doubt in preseason over Draymond.
Well, he's walking backwards and stuff. What are they reviewing?
We're in full season form, people. This review is taking way too long. It's preseason. Can we just do a no review rule for preseason?
Oh my gosh.
There's no reason to review anything. This game does not matter at all.
No one cares. I think are they looking to see if it was a charge?
And you see they're playing this in Vegas?
Charge. That's crazy. You see the coins and stuff.
Poker chips?
I'm scared. I gotta watch. I gotta go to a game while they're here. I'm worried about Curry retiring soon.
Are you putting that on your checklist this year? Go to a game?
Yeah, we got to. I should have last year, but
I'm definitely gonna try to see if I can get to a game here in the Midwest. Because I mean, Minnesota, I guess they're a little less fun with Towns now, but Anthony Edwards, you could go to. We got Anthony Edwards in Minnesota. We've got Giannis in Milwaukee, and we've got Josh Giddey in Chicago. So, I mean, there's great options all the way around. Superstars everywhere to go see. Cade Cunningham in Detroit.
Cade.
Or we could go down to Indiana. Chat, where should we go watch a game? Should we drop a poll on the YouTube?
Yeah, put it in the chat where we should go.
Where should we go? Minnesota, Milwaukee, Indiana, or either one of Detroit or Chicago, whichever one of those teams become interesting. But mainly Milwaukee, Minnesota, or Indiana would be the two options. And also probably mainly Milwaukee and Minnesota, since they are about half as close as Indiana. But also Giannis and Anthony Edwards, too. Superstars. You want to go see those guys.
Go check them out.
Giannis might be just the no-brainer, right?
To go watch in person, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think it's, I mean, obviously we're looking for the craziest games possible. Yeah, I don't know.
But you could always jump over into Sacramento, too. Go see the Kings, light the beam.
Speaking of Vegas, you see Brady? Guess he's going to be an owner now.
He is. And did you see all the stipulations that puts on his job?
Yeah.
Where he basically just can't work up until the game?
Pretty much.
Do you think Brady will be there? How much longer do you give Brady in that job?
If they keep paying him what they do, I don't know. I mean, do you even want Brady? Shout out, the name and stuff. But at some point, it's going to wear off and people are going to be like,
let's be honest. Who was, super hyped up for it? And again, like you're saying, shout out to Brady. Everybody likes the guy, to some,
Well, people aren't tuning in. I think there is the, oh my gosh, there's Brady when he flashes on screen, the shot above the stadium. But no one's like, oh my gosh, Brady's on tonight. They're like, oh, it's, my team, whatever it is. So I think just like everyone else, it becomes expensive at some point. Like I think Romo, when he came in, he had just such a distinctive kind of announcing style, different from most people. He's like guessing stuff happening and stuff like that. Just a different kind of energy. And then everyone started hating him and blah blah blah. But yeah, I mean, I don't think. I mean, I think he's giving good commentary, but it's nothing special, and it's just like, do we really need to
I honestly think you're being
play
nice
him
by
this
saying
much?
he's giving good commentary, and I think you're saying that because he's new as well too, so we have to give him the
Yeah,
benefit
he's
of the
new.
doubt as a
Like,
new
yeah,
guy. But
yeah.
I mean, we can be honest. Like Brady hasn't really given us any. Brady hasn't given us any analysis. Has Brady ever used the telestrator?
I don't know.
I don't think Brady's ever like drawn anything on the screen. He's never dissected a play. He literally just. I mean, I think me and you could do what Brady does in the booth. Like, and again, he's
Oh,
new.
well,
All
yeah,
respect to
yeah. No,
Brady,
I agree. I
but
agree. But like, you're right. You're exactly right. But guess whose name is Tom Brady? Not ours. Like, guess who has 7 Super Bowls? And
well,
that's all
no,
they
yeah.
care
I'm
about.
not saying he
That's all
didn't
they
earn it
care
or
about.
whatever. I'm just saying
No, I'm
like
not saying he didn't earn
the
it,
amount
but
of
that's all they
analysis
care
he's
about.
giving is
Yeah,
analysis that me and you, who have never played football,
exactly.
could give.
Yeah, no, I agree. But it's just because of the name. It's literally just because of the name. That's
And I
all they
think
care
that
about.
this, I mean, I guess the complications for this job, it's feels like if there's continued like I don't want like a lack of momentum around him in this role, and he's gonna have
Yeah,
all the stipulations around here to
yeah.
make this like a complicated working situation for the analyst team, then I don't know. Like, would you be shocked if he was not there next year?
No, I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, we might get this. Might
I
be
wouldn't
like
be shocked.
remember the one Brady season he was in the booth.
Uh, yeah, it's gonna be like that weird scene. Oh, LeBron getting double teamed, can't make a layup. Speaking of, I guess I'm switching gears real quick. Have you seen any break analysis of Bronny playing? Because I've seen some and it looks really bad.
Are you
It
seeing the
looks,
same guy that everybody keeps talking about? Because
yeah, it's like some dude screaming. I don't
my brother was telling me about this. He's like, "Did you see this guy on TikTok breaking down Bronny?" And I was
know.
like,
Yeah.
"No, I didn't see this guy breaking down Bronny because I'm not on TikTok."
I
But
mean, it's
he was
tough.
saying it was not good either. And again, like this guy is a second round pick. He is. We all know that he's gonna need to take some time to develop. And again, with Bronny, at every level he's been at, he has done just that. He's gone into the system and continued to gotten better. We saw it in summer league. We saw him work on his performances there. We saw him do it in high school. And the NBA is, yeah, it might take some time. You know what? Would any of us be shocked if Bronny was, developing this year as a basketball player? No, he's a second round pick and he's 19. He's a one and done prospect. Like that's kind of the timeline that we would put him on. But he's
But
Bronny, so
yeah,
he's on this unrealistic timeline and with unrealistic expectations. And it's the Lakers as well too. I get, the contract is definitely a part of that, but I'm pro Bronny, so I haven't really seen the guy that is out there. But
yeah.
if he wants to call in, let's talk about Bronny.
Hey, maybe we gotta hit it, slide in his DMs. Now the problem isn't so much like him making shots or him getting overmatched or stuff. It's just giving effort. It's giving effort. It's running on defense.
Mm,
It's being in the right place. It's taking screens, not taking bad contested shots. You know, it's things that as that given air of someone who made it into the league because his
yeah.
dad was really good. And it's all the stuff you would expect from someone like that. And it's like, don't forget that he's kind of undersized. He's kind of small. Like, yes, he's a second rounder, and I'm not expecting him to come score 20 points. And I am really happy that uh, he made it. But it's one of those things where it's like, what are we? I mean, I understand like you're a second round. We're not expecting that much great, but at least give effort. Like
Yeah.
earn your place on the team. Like there's people in G League and stuff who are dying to make it to the league, and it's like, you're just seeing him jog out there, and it's no surprise his minutes get cut here. Like,
No, that is one thing where like even I'll admit to you, if effort is a thing that especially like you're saying for a guy like him that
Yeah.
I know the conversation around it is he has earned this spot, but it's like also, that spot was yours for another specific reason, a reason that, I've definitely supported to some degree. But yeah, I mean, you definitely got to go out there and at least try. If you're not doing the stuff correctly and the shots aren't going in, you're like you're saying, you're overwhelmed, you're undersized. Like those are things that you can't help. If you're in the gym and you're shooting and the confidence just isn't there in the games, like, that's not a storyline that just for some guys in the league that happens. But yeah, if you're not going out there and not competing, and especially like that's where he would need to find his role as well too to earn minutes on this team, would be defensively and as a shooter and being a hustle guy and being a role guy. So, and that's another thing that I think I've always liked about Bronny, is it seemed like he had a certain level of professionalism and knows how to carry himself, and seems like he's for the most for throughout his young basketball career really seemed like he knew how to conduct himself as a an amateur but / professional player. So again, young guy, I'm not going to say he can't correct this and obviously can't give effort during the season, but yeah, that is not a good sign for a player in his position.
Shout out Curry dropping a huge three right before the half. Well. I mean, he is 4 of 12 from the field, though, so I guess he is just jacking them up tonight. But who cares? It's a preseason. But yeah, we'll see. Well, I mean, we'll give Bronny time and stuff. But yeah, I mean, all we need is just one lob photo of him lobbing it to his dad, and then send him to the G League, please. Like, he doesn't. We don't need him up here.
Those minutes are for Maxwell Lewis.
He said, "Don't take those away." Let me see. What are some other random stuff going on? Let's see here. What do I have saved? I know there's like a whole lot of stuff I had saved. I guess we can go off of sports. Have you seen those Tesla robots?
I was just gonna bring this up. And did you also see that he's getting sued? So Elon Musk released these, if I'm getting this right, these like robots that are like house bot assistant type things, like these nanny robots that'll do chores for you. But the director from iRobot is suing him for stealing his design.
Yeah, exactly.
As well. It looks like also not just for the robots, but Tesla built this van, SUV type thing, that is also copied out of iRobot, and then maybe the new Tesla car as well could be, inspired / copied by that.
Exactly.
But do you know what the capabilities of these robots are? Have you seen any like videos or anything about them?
So it came out later, and it's been revealed that they were actually being controlled by people behind the scenes. It was being controlled, and it was. There's video of it.
Bro. Elon
and
lying
the
to
voice,
us?
and there's like, and as people could guess, like it's like the voice that's coming through the machine was actually like someone talking. Like there's video of it out there.
That's so lame, bro. I'll never like Tesla again. That's crazy.
I'm
what are they doing,
you,
Tesla?
Man,
don't lie to us about this stuff. We're looking forward to the future. What are you faking it for?
Yeah, I don't know why, but yeah, it showed up. Here, let me see if I can find it. I'm just looking at the top 100 from ESPN.
The top 100 what?
Top 100 players on ESPN.
For NBA?
For NBA, yeah. They have the
Where's Bronny
bottom 50. They actually dropped Chris Paul from 76 to 99.
Oh, he'll move back up as the year goes.
We'll see. I'm kind of surprised they got
put him in the top 80.
Michael Porter here at like 89. Was he that bad? Was he that bad?
Oh, too low.
I don't know.
You're putting Michael Porter in the top 80, I see.
Yeah, analyst confirms. Here, let me send you a couple articles. But yeah, it was confirmed today. I wasn't surprised. I was just like, all right. New York Post. Yeah, they say they're partially controlled, which means like 99%.
So people in costumes or people like with joysticks, like, you know, controllers?
It looked like people with joysticks on some of
Pause, yeah.
the shots. Let me see if I can find.
So this is an incredible run of Elon for either.
No, it's crazy.
You know, just having demos gone weird because he also had, remember the Cybertruck thing where the glass is bulletproof, nothing can break the glass, and then just immediately the glass shatters when they threw a rock at it.
Yeah. No, it's just the usual line to do whatever to get a top. And guess what? It works. It works because guess who's the richest person in the world? So it's tough. It's tough that you know, it's just you gotta lie, cheat, and steal to get to the top.
What did you think of the car design, though?
Car design, I thought it was all right. I thought it was pretty cool. I mean, obviously, it's annoying that he stole it from someone else.
Wait, you just sent me the link to Aiden Hutchinson's injury.
Oh, what the heck?
I don't want to see this.
How did I do that? I don't know how I did that.
Oh, this is bad.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
I don't want to relive the trauma.
My bad, bro. Jeez.
Terrible. R.I.P. Aiden
I guess
Hutchinson.
it just copied the copy and save state.
that was the last link you had copied.
Yeah, I guess it was. My bad.
Both disastrous though.
Here you go.
The Tesla design. And Hutch.
Yeah, people were saying like the robots, if someone bought them, it's like gonna fight
Optimus
you.
robots?
Yeah, they're gonna fight you if you try to go and vote Democrat or something. It's just funny.
So people begin to speculate. People begin to investigate. A bartending bot at the event told a guest, "Today I am assisted by a human. I am not yet fully autonomous." The robots are the ones that snitched?
Yeah.
Whoa. The robots are already planning against us. Elon, shut this down now. This is crazy. They already know what they're doing.
And I mean, they're saying the bots would cost about 20 to 30K. I mean, would you get one? Because I don't know why anyone would want to.
I would not get a robot in my house. No.
Yeah, me neither.
It would take me it would really have to get normalized in society to where it's almost unavoidable. Because I mean, like, let's be honest. I mean, the reason I'm not doing it would be the inevitable safety factor of having it. Because I guess, I guess there's the cost thing as well too. But like, I guess having a useful robot, sure, like that's a fine thing to have. But I mean, yeah, you don't want the machines to revolt against you and take over. And it's like, having a wild animal. What if the machine just undomesticates itself and now all of a sudden I have to defend the family against this machine? So I'm just not going to risk it. But if it gets to a point in society where that risk factor is just eliminated regardless of whether I have one or not, where it's like, okay, I'm just going to be in a position all the time where these robots are around and I can't really do anything to avoid it, then I guess, I'll get one at that point. But, did we lose Sam? Sam's computer glitches, or he's just, or I think he was having some charger issues. He mentioned something about his computer dying. I think his time might be up. We might have just ran out of time. His computer might have died. But that's what we get for rambling on too long about taking whether or not we'd own a Tesla robot or not. It is what it is. But I stand by it. I'd be hesitant to get one unless, like we're saying, it's like the phone thing. It's like if you're a stickler, and the phone thing is different where it's like, it's more of like a mindset thing. And I guess, it does have its like actual risks or whatever, but like, it's more like back in the days, if you were a Luddite, it's like, do I want to have my face in a phone all day? Like the touch screen, the blah, 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 just being a curmudgeon about it. But with the robot, I mean, like, let's be honest, they could go off and it's not even like, would a robot beat me up in a fight? Like, could a robot could have weapons? It could explode. Just in like, Yeah, I guess the robot would be dead, but also if it explodes and kills me in the course of a fight, like that's not cool as well too. So, yeah, there's just a lot of factors going into owning one of these robots, and too many that would make me hesitate, at least at first. Can we get Sam back? Sam did say his computer died. Are we gonna get Sam on the phone? Sam, call in. Can we resend him the link without exposing any more information? Forgive us, people. We're just to be safe, we're gonna throw to a quick break, so we don't reveal anything we shouldn't. We'll be right back. Okay, that was a close call, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. Sam's still here. Was the Tesla robots shutting you down? What happened? Elon Musk?
I was talking too much truth. And
Sam's a truth teller, and they're trying to silence him.
Stop. Listen, it hacks. They're trying to silence me.
What if the robots were super cheap? What if they had the robots on sale? Black Friday's coming up. They put them on sale for like $500. Would you buy a human-controlled robot? Tesla Optimus robot?
Tesla Optimus, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they gotta. I don't know how you gotta fight for your life or something. I've watching Detroit Become Human or playing that game. Mind you, all-time game. It's definitely made me a lot more concerned.
Wait, what game is that?
A lot more worried. So it's a game where these humans, these robots that look a lot of human-like, they are, they eventually become self-aware. And so because they became self-aware, then they were like, hey, I don't want to be a slave anymore. I want to be free. And so it was just like, what? And then they got rid of all of them. And it was a crazy, but it's a really good game because it shows a lot of like different paths, and it's like you choose your own adventure, but you're also like kind of a detective and stuff. So it's a really good, smart game. But yeah, it's definitely what I've been scared about. Like the having them take over, become self-aware, because at some point they will. At some point it's gonna happen.
It seems inevitable that I know people say that the robots can't, but I don't know. It just at some point they're just gonna start thinking too much. It seems impossible that you're not gonna think yourself into. It's not even like taking over the humans as well too. It's just, it's even if it's looking out for its own self-interest. Like, could it start acting selfishly? Would it start moving in certain ways? Like, it couldn't just be more than like a human versus robot thing. It could just be, hey, I want to get to the top just like everybody else, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to take over and not stop who, nobody's stopping me from getting out. I barely have a hard time like getting a Roomba to like put around the house.
Well, and the thing is that people keep saying like, "Oh, it can't happen, it won't happen." Like, you also thought the world was flat at some point, Like,
yeah, these robots are gonna get good.
Like, there is the possibility is there, and I think it's more realistic than people think, and it's kind of scary. Now you have like ChatGPT you can talk to like a friend. Now people use it as a counselor. Like, they ask, what do you know about me? And they're creeped out because they realize, oh wait, like, ChatGPT is like it knows a lot because it's been paying attention. And I'm like, yeah, that's you gotta know, you gotta pay attention. And so, I mean, but that's the thing, it's the risk you take. So like for me, I'm fine with most websites and stuff having my information, because it's like I recognize that it's already gonna happen. They're already tracking it, and like if they get caught, all they're gonna do is lose a little bit more money, like some pocket change, like some billions of dollars.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter.
And then they'll keep on doing it. So it's like I might as well just get the advantage of them having my information instead of trying to hide under a rock.
I mean, have you seen where I was seeing an article recently where in Japan that they were developing skin for these robots? They were trying to make like a human living skin to put over these machines.
Oh,
and they were kind of developing it here. I don't remember exactly what it said.
yeah.
Here, let me see if I can pull up this article. Actually, I don't know if my computer's going to let me pull it up, but it was saying something about lab-made skins successfully generated to look and touch, generated the look and touch of real human skin, found to repel water, repair itself from injury with minor wounds. I mean, like, the technology is going to advance at some point, and it's going to be much better than what we're thinking now. And these things are going to be able to think beyond what we're thinking. I mean, look at that. They're shutting down Sam again. Can we get back over to the one shot? There we go. Thank you, IT. Is the third time going to be the charm? Or is it a 2 strikes you're out rule? We'll see what happens with our guy. D'Angelo Russell is still in the game, so is Sam still down to stream? We'll see what he says. I mean, if this doesn't prove anything, people, the fact that we're talking about robots and having IT issues, I mean, they're watching us right now. And shout out to, Elon Musk. If he's watching, shout out. We love that you're in the audience, but please bring Sam back. Get your little IT minions to unblock his computer. Restore his battery. Let's get this show on the road. The Lakers, though, still hanging in there. The Lakers, could they use a Tesla robot? Maybe some ones in the training facility. Would the Tesla robots be running around harder than Bronny? Do we have to pause that? Oh, the Tesla robot couldn't guard Steph, though. Killer for 3. We'll give it till the 4 hour mark, and then we'll wrap it up at the 4 hour mark. if we don't hear back. And I think they're going to pull Anthony Davis out of the game once we hit the 4-hour mark at the stream as well, too. IT said they'll text JJ Redick and let him know once we get there. We've only got a couple minutes left. I think it'll line up perfectly with the minutes. Oh, look at this. Look at this. A third time is the charm. Let's see if we can get him back in.
All right, we're back.
Let's go.
Shenanigans.
Back in.
Back again.
They're trying to restrict his minutes like he's Bronny.
They're fighting every time we talk about it. What, has Bronny played?
No, I think they might be trying to teach Bronny a lesson today.
Don't shoot in when you're covered by 3 guys.
Yeah, you're not a big deal.
Mm-hmm. We're just fine without you. Yeah, that was crazy.
They could use him, though. They're down by 10. What happens when LeBron goes into the huddle the first time and goes, okay, coach, I think you should put in Bronny? It's like, okay, here we go. Okay, LeBron.
Get a load of this guy.
Oh, the Steph shimmy has been cranked up to 10. It's not even a shimmy anymore. It's just a full-on flail.
It just gets more and more extravagant every time.
It literally, you just
like arms come off.
He used to just do a little shimmy, and now he's just full-on just... He's possessed.
Well, you know, he has to go extra when he sees LeBron.
Is it October? Is he leaning into the month? What happened to Steph? I know the man's a big Halloween person. Have you thought of, are you doing a Halloween costume this year?
I'm not much of a Halloween guy. Never have been.
Really? When was the last time you dressed up?
I don't remember. Maybe I was 5, if that. I don't know.
Wow, so you're saying you really never dressed up?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, like, if your family's not into it, you don't do it as a kid, so you don't really make those memories, and then you're like, yeah. Grow up and you're like, all right, free candy, but also, like, getting poison or knives or something. I don't know.
But what about college? Like, did you go to any, you never went to any parties or anything where you dressed up?
No. I went to some parties.
But you never dressed up? So were you just like the one guy not dressed up at these parties?
I think like once or like, you know, fall festivals at your church, you know, you're not really like dressed up and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I think 1 or 2.
Those parties you're not going to dress up for.
I have done a college Halloween party, and I will say it's one of those things, like, Halloween parties are like great when you're like super young, and then when you're a teen and you're trying to be cool, it's like, okay. And then once you get to college, like college Halloween parties are probably peak, I will say.
Yeah.
Like, that's the best.
That's what I'm saying. You never went to one of those and dressed up?
Yeah, I did.
What'd you go as?
I didn't know I was gonna be able to make it. Like, I didn't know for sure, so I didn't put that much money into it. Like, I was kind of mid. So I just went to sports, whatever, and got like a referee shirt and a whistle and call it a day.
Oh, a ref? A ref's not bad though. That's kind of fun. A ref's good.
People were saying it's kind of basic, but
who said that?
You know, just people, streets. There was 1 or 2 people, but it was crazy. There was one dude we had there who was like dressed up as Jesus, and it was kind of crazy.
Oh, that's a little too. Is that blasphemous? Can you do that?
I know.
Is that Jew face? Is he allowed to do that? I mean, I've never gone like a super full out for the costumes either, though. I've always kept it low key, but I mean, some of the low key stuff is good. I mean, everybody's a basic costume. Who's actually going like? And let's be honest, like a basic costume at the end of the day is a better costume, because if you're too dressed up for Halloween, that's cool for like 15 minutes. And then you're like, now I'm just in this costume for the whole time.
Yeah, no. What's your favorite costume that you dressed up as? Like, were you a big Halloween guy?
I haven't done it in a couple of years, but we used to. I mean, our family's been into it, dressing up since we were kids. So I mean, we've had some really crazy costumes through the years. As kids, we did like Wizard of Oz stuff. We did like Chronicles of Narnia stuff.
Well, who are you? Like Edward, Peter?
Bro, I was one of the half men, half horse things. I had a whole half horse setup.
Oh, you were a senator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I had a crazy costume that year. So, I definitely in terms of like peak costumes, it definitely would have been younger. Like, when we were in college and stuff. We were definitely like, unfortunately we were doing what you were doing. We just planned it out that way, which at least you had the excuse of you were not being able to show up. We just didn't have exciting costumes, but we do have it back there in the past. I wish the Joker movie would have been more fun this year though, or I wish I would have just gone as the Joker back when he was cool, because I do feel like rocking a Joker costume this year.
You don't want to do this Joker. I mean, you probably do like the Heath Ledger one, like actual good one. No.
But the Joaquin Phoenix, when he's actually in the Joker makeup, he actually does look pretty sick. Like, I get he never actually.
Oh, so you do like him?
I do like him. I'm not saying he's my favorite Joker, or I don't prefer.
Who's your favorite?
Well, I mean, Heath Ledger's the best Joker, obviously.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You gotta go with the best one.
But I'm just saying, as the costume, I feel like the Joaquin Phoenix Joker is it's a cool costume if you want to dress up that way. But yeah, I mean, the Heath Ledger Joker is crazy too. So you can go either one. And the Dark Knight is a great Joker as well too, because it's never aged. It's not like people are like, oh, that's an old costume from back in the day. That's actually like a timeless classic you can go as. But I mean, I don't know. I feel like some of the ladies kind of like the newer Jokers, so I feel like that costume goes over pretty well.
Snazzier, huh? A little better dresser.
It is true that the suit's a little more put together.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a cleaner look.
Okay.
But the makeup is a little aggressive, so I don't know if I want to go that route. But I don't know what the plan is this year.
Yeah, what's the move? What's the slide? You going to a party or?
Yeah, we'll have to see what the move ends up being. So, I mean, like we're saying, it's probably just going to be a basic costume. Again, do I steal the referee idea? I haven't done that one yet. Another jersey?
Another jersey, yeah.
Just an excuse. Halloween is just an excuse to buy a new jersey every year.
Honestly.
Oh, I'm going as George Gervin this year. Let's get that one in the mix. Should I go as Bronny? Should I get a Bronny jersey?
Bronny, that's crazy.
Be the first time I ever go as someone younger than me for Halloween.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be allowed or not.
Probably not. I mean, that'll be.
Okay, we've crossed the 4-hour threshold. Do you think we've been on long enough?
I think we covered it.
Do you think we covered it?
Covered it all.
I think we've done it for a Tuesday night, people. The Lakers and the Warriors are still in a feisty game here. Steph's still out on the court with 5 minutes left. But
and of course, shout out the Podfather. I know they got a 4.5-hour pod they just dropped. So we're just following the greats.
Wait, who did? Who just dropped a 4-hour pod?
4.5 hour. It's Bill and Ryan and I think House when they do that over-unders on the NBA. It's my favorite pod of the year. Every single year, I love listening to just hearing them. First of all, Bill and Ryan on a podcast, to me, is peak podcasting. It's peak. It's peak because Ryan just F's with Bill all the time. Like, Bill sometimes takes a break, sometimes he doesn't pay attention. And it's peak. I've always liked Ryan in the B role more than the A role because his quips are just so good. Like, he's just messing with people and stuff. But, I mean, obviously I love him in the A role, too. I mean, he's the most listened to. But, like, I mean, that's where you listen to most people who follow Ryan, it's because of the SVP Ryan, days.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously that's because he was on midday ESPN. But also
that's where I
him in a B role is one. Yeah, so him in a B role with Bill, it's peak. It's peak entertainment. Like for peak basketball, Zach Lowe and Bill is honestly where it is because it'll be like straight basketball. Like Zach Lowe doesn't care about anything else but ball. Like
Yeah.
ball is life for him. But,
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, over unders, NBA over under. Shout out them 4.5 hours. It's up. Part 1 is up. And,
Where are you seeing this 4.5 hours? Yeah, I'm getting a hour 45.
Well, that's part 1. They split into 3 parts. So
yeah,
that's what Bill just posted on his.
Plus,
his
this is a
Instagram.
bit.
It's what they do. I mean, they do it for NFL too, which is house, but it's okay.
Did they
I mean,
cover
it's
the
good for,
Tesla
like, me to
robots
catch
in this
up,
4-hour stream?
but maybe I don't think so. I don't think so. That's why this one's better, Rem.
This is why the Rem and Sam podcast.
Exactly. We're top, but if there's a second,
Bill and
second.
Ryan, they can be second. That's fine.
That's all good. Probably not what I'm going to be listening to right after this. All right.
Yeah, I'll probably throw it on too. It is what it is. What do you do? Well, I guess, yeah, Kill Tony. Already watched that, so we'll go ahead and watch Bill and Ryan. So I guess in order to do that, we'll better wrap it up now. Thank you guys if you stuck it in this long. Pause. We always like to finish it off on a good pause. Follow the feeds if you guys haven't. We're at Rem and Sam, at Rem and Sam Podcast out there. Instagram, TikTok, Spotify, Apple Podcasts. We'll be back. I don't know when we'll be back next because there's a couple of events happening this week, and we may go live. I just don't know. We'll see what happens, but stay tuned. Thank you guys for listening, and have